channel then. Let's see what's happening. Yep. I should be online. We still got some minutes to start, actually. Oh, hello, hello. We've got 2 people there joined. We've got still several minutes left until I start doing this lecture of sorts. Hi, hi Marta. Can you hear me loud and clear? Isn't the music too loud? Is everything okay? Let me know, please. And I'll be watching the chat window. So, can you hear me? Everything is okay, or is everything okay? With sound? Yeah, great. That's cool. There's going to be probably some delay between what I'm saying and what you're hearing. There's some propagation time of the signal that's being sent. Some weird messages I get from from Twitch. So yeah, about the volume, I'm not pushing and like turning the volume up because of the fact that I kind of tuned it towards what I can hear through my headset. So, and I know that you guys have your setups done differently with different headsets and volume control and everything like that. So I didn't want to spend too much time on this, albeit I tested on whatever I could test on my side. So yeah, we've got 1 minute left. I've got my coffee with me, so apologies, but I'm going to slurp some coffee from time to time because this is going to be a long one, probably. So folks, I've got 120 slides, so 1200, and I mean 120. So the thing is that knowing that we can stick to several slides for some time, it's going to be a long ride. I will not try to stop too long on several things. However, it's a thing, and there's the thing about this stream, which is the fact that some of the things that I'll be presenting are I'm very passionate about those. So, and mostly because I'm really into the mystery sleuthing and whodunit games. I love the content of some of those games, and the older I get, the further I stray away from other types of storytelling, and the more I get towards and shift towards the sleuthing, mystery, Scandinavian detective books and things like that. To the point that I'm also reading, not only playing, but also reading books of authors I wouldn't touch like 10 years ago. So that's why it's so passionate. And that's why it might become a little bit longer than expected. So let's get started then. It's the fourth webcast that we're doing, and the subject was announced for some time. So the mystery, Sleuthing and Whodunnit Games, and this thing is actually we'll be covering several things there. So the very first thing is the introduction, and the introduction is about explanation. What do I really want to cover here in this particular stream? And what I do want to cover in this one is actually the not only the games who are all about the detective work and detective interaction and the mystery, as in Sherlock Holmes versus Agatha Christie types of storytelling, but also those two, definitely. But also other games who actively engage player in trying to understand the plot and understand what's going on, and what so I called it the WTF factor. So the overall feeling of mystery and trying to unravel the plot, unfold the secret that's going there. So it's going to be always an intellectual challenge for a player. So a situation in which player always wants to solve the case before the protagonist. So like you've got this protagonist narration in which protagonists are actually saying and telling, expressing their feelings and what they think about and how do they approach certain things, and there is always a player behind all this. So uh, that's a good question. If I'm going to be covering Warframe, well, we'll see. We'll see about that. It's 120 slides, so we'll see what's going to be happening. But for sure, I picked and filtered a lot of games, and I assume that those games that are on the list. As a first thing, I need to say that these are the games I played at least some time, or at least spent some time trying those out. There is actually, I don't think there's any game there that I haven't like executed the execution file of. So even if it was several minutes, everyone was actually run on my box or somebody else's box. So that's the first constraint. The second constraint is actually the constraint of there's many more than on this list, and that's obvious. That's probable that there's many more games that are like deserve to be on this list. And of course, this list contains games that are worthy looking into, and that was filtering probably from several hundreds or thousands of games to make you pick your stuff easier and to maybe learn something about some games that you didn't know about or something. But there is a lot of mystery games, and majority of the games have some secrets in it, and even, for example, there is a overarching mystery even in the Doom games. So you know, you're the Doom guy shooting monsters, shooting demons, but the thing is that the player behind it always asks themselves the question, what is it all about? What's the bad boss at the end, and so on. So I'm avoiding those kinds of mysteries because there are there's going to be it would be too many actually. So we'll see. So in some of those games, of course, the player is the protagonist. So there's like the total immersion factor that lets you observe the situation as you would see through your own eyes, and the game expects you to interact with the environment as at this manner. So, and there is of course one more factor. So there's this general consensus what it means to be a detective or an agent. So be that an amateur detective like Hercule Poirot from Agatha Christie's novels, or Sherlock Holmes from Arthur Conan Doyle's novels, but some of those are just people that were placed in a specific situation in a specific time frame to unravel something. So there is this general consensus. It vibrates throughout the media, throughout the storytelling, the means of storytelling. So this is also the factor that affected the choice. So, I'd say that we should start from some retro reminding. So we've covered some of those games before in the streams before. So one of those retro reminders is actually I've been talking about those games some time ago, but I was looking at different aspect. I was looking at the aspect how the games evolved and what's the actual evolution factor of games and why those games are worth playing. But right now, I wanted to focus only and basically on this mystery factor. So we'll start from the Loom, which was already presented as an early LucasArts adventure games, and uh, we've been talking about how this game conveys this weird post-apocalyptic world with the weird islands and weird guilds inhabiting those islands. That we've got the bizarre world of the weavers, glassmakers, shepherds, and smiths. But there is like the at the very beginning you understand and you're beginning to understand that there's something very mysterious about this game. And the scene to the left that you can see to the left is the very first image that you can see in the game. So your protagonist is masked. He's kind of a weird Nazgul kind of person. He never shows his face, and no other person from his village will ever show their faces, and that makes the first mystery of this game, which is making player to think who is Bobbin Threadbare, because that's the protagonist's name, and what it means to be a weaver. And this is a part of the plot line and the need to unraveling this secret that drives player forward. So of course there is many more secrets on the way. There is this intricate plot line about how this all connects to the fate of the world and what happened with the main protagonist's mother, and what's actually this magic, this stuff, musical instrument, magic wand or magic stuff that he's using, and many things like those are being asked about in the game and answered. But the biggest secret is actually the secret of the weavers and the secret of Bobbin. And one of the like things that push players to understand Bobbin more is at the very beginning you'll learn that whoever looks under the weaver's hood dies or is disintegrated even. Why this is happening? Why weavers cannot show their faces? So that's actually one of the mysteries that drove players forward. Overall, it's a game about something else, but I cannot express how important this mystery factor, this bizarre factor, was important in this game. So, next, another epic was that actually is one of the best mystery games or mystery series played ever by me. Is Gabriel Knight, and this was also explained and described many more times before. But what's absolutely important is that it's not only about playing a protagonist who's a novelist and there is like this point and click retro feel to it of the New Orleans of the 90s. But the very important thing is that the choice of what Jane Jensen used as a premises of this game is based in New Orleans. So It's one of the oldest cities in the USA, so it has the background history which can be explained and relate to the player very extensively, much better than if you place this in Los Angeles or New York. New York is also an old city, it was New Amsterdam before, but it's like its old factor is not more no more present there. You cannot see those very old places in New York, but in the New Orleans it's different. You've got old cemeteries, you've got voodoo legends, you've got everything. So this game and this game's plot is built around the voodoo murders that happen around and in New Orleans. So on the way, of course, Gabriel tries to write a book about those voodoo murders. So he has his friend in the police, the local police mostly, who actually, because he's such a good friend, allows Gabriel to visit murder scenes and places in which people were murdered to get materials for his book. And naturally, what starts as just a writer's investigation for the plotline of his own personal creation starts to be very nice and very cool mystery, detective mystery kind of story with helping characters. I said you can see on the screen Grace Nakimura, his secretary of sorts, who actually helps him on the way as well. So, and this game of course starts the trilogy of games. So and the whole trilogy is actually like that. Gabriel Knight, I absolutely need to play the series, and not only because it's a mystery story featuring scruffy blonde guy and an Asian girl, says Pinox. Yeah, there's much more to this. So actually, Jane Jensen's writing is marvelous. Art is very cool, and as you can see on the screen, there's the old version of the game, and there is this 20th anniversary version. You can easily go get the new one because it's been improved in some places. There is a part of the game in the old one which absolutely kills people, especially if they were running in the DOS box with the wrong amount of cycles and the amount of settings picked in DOSBox, because this puzzle is processor cycle based, and the timer of the game counts the time to accomplish some certain tasks very fast in the old one. So and the new one doesn't have this puzzle at all. It's been skipped. It was changed into something else, equally meaningful and leading to absolutely the same solution. But the thing is that this is simpler and nice. It has nice graphics, equally a magnificent voice acting and presentation. Although I need to say that I very much adore the old pixel style as well. This was the game that resonated in me for very long. So screenshots from the old one, from the previous version, the first version of the game, and what I wanted to show you is the fact that all the detective stories that you can imagine, they consist of two factors. So there is this object search for missing objects, missing clues, like footprints on the carpet and things like that. And there is also the dialogue factor. So you've got dialogues with people, you've got questions that need to be asked, you've got topics that you need to actually try to explore before you learn something else, or you connect dots and learn about some activities. So these games have it all. So we've got the screenshot there which shows pincers. You'll need a pincers to get some very small object from some place. You need this is engine, like the old adventure games all had the verbs, so there's many verbs, so you need to like understand whether you need to ask questions or press people. So you've got this question mark and this exclamation mark. So this exclamation mark is for greeting people, for pressing some matters forward. And then you've got this question tree. Here you've got Gabriel discussing with Grace about voodoo murders, New Orleans, and you can ask also her some details about herself. So this is basically how it goes. And some of the most favorite moments of this game that I remember happen in this screen, actually, in this dialogue screen. So this was really, really immense. I've been playing this game several times in my life. I still plan to return to it. This is just like this story that you cannot forget, and you always want to get back to. So this game spawned the whole series, I must say, and this whole series is actually the series that consisted. The second, as was explored and discussed before, the second part was from the FMV era, which actually made it a little bit worse in some explanations and presentations. Some protagonists and some actors are really, really cheesy. And I mean, the actor portraying Gabriel, it wasn't his best, I think, day to participate in this one. But there are some other actors in this game who actually are quite memorable, and their performance is great. I remember that actress playing Grace made an impression on me for some reason, and of course there's this Polish actor that was explained before, who plays one of the bad guys, who actually is very, very dark, and his portrayal of Baron von Glover is absolutely magnificent. And as you can see, this game also, this one to the left, with the screenshot on the left, has a very similar dialogue panel, with then the fact that you need to explore subjects, discuss, and of course there are also those UI elements that you can see to the right of the screen. I mean, on the screenshot from the G Key 2, which that you have a media there. You can have pictures, you can have tapes with recordings of somebody, and recordings play quite a big role in this game. At one time in the game, you actually need to use recording tapes to fake somebody's saying something, so just to get some other statements from another person. And that's one of the puzzles that actually it's not very easy. But that's and of course, while the Gabriel One Night happens in the New Orleans and explores the New Orleans cases of voodoo murders and the history of the very powerful Afro-American figure of Marie Laveau, and historical background of French America and Louisiana and the culture of Haitian voodoo around it, and African religions directly connecting to the west coast of Africa, by the way, I love the illustrations for close-ups on the dialogue, and I just got hit by the inspiration now. That's good. That's why you need to play games. Actually, but what I was saying, that the second game takes place in Germany, actually in Bavaria, and it's around two main historical figures. It's about Wagner and his music. So you visit Bayreuth and all the lakes of Bavaria, and of course the second historical figure that's important is Ludwig II. And you visit Neuschwanstein and other places too. So that's the historical premise, and there is of course a mystery and secret about those. So there is a connection, and historical connection, between the Ludwig II and the Wagner and his music. And there is, of course, this mystery paranormal, because Gabriel Knight also has this, and always has this paranormal aspect to it, but it's very nicely served to the player. It's not overwhelming, and the player decides, and it's slowly pulled into this world of not everything is as it seems. So what I can say is that this climate of the detective, American detective doing the sleuthing work uh, in because at this time Gabriel is no longer just writing books. He's actually a Schattenjäger, which is a shadow hunter, actually. So if you like World of Darkness and Hunter games, where you hunt vampires and werewolves, so Gabriel is somebody like that. And actually he's slowly, as an American, completely oblivious to the German culture, especially Bavarian culture. He's slowly pulled to this strange, weird world perceived by his eyes. So, and for that aspect that you focus on as a player on, you can forgive the actor for doing a bad work on this character, because this is horrible sometimes. As much as I like this game, some things and some dialogues and some portrayals are very cheesy. So be warned. But nonetheless, it's a very pleasant game as well. If you become a Gabriel Knight fan, then you should definitely play this one. It's no brainer. So even more screens from the second game. There are some technical things there, like this. Like I said, this cultural context is explored. So on the screenshot to the right, you can see the interior of the Bavarian village house in which Gabriel resides. So, and in those games you can explore your environments freely. So that means that you actually can uh, learn about culture, and that's not something that should be easily dismissed, because let me explain. If you're not a German person, you don't know certain things, and even if you know and understand several things about, for example, German language and German culture, some things are not obvious. So, for example, we can imagine, because we, for example, met people from East Germany while living in Poland, that German people greet in certain way, and actually in Bavaria it's different. It's they say, if I'm not mistaken, cross while meeting each other, and that's something I learned from this game. This is like this culture impact. Learning about specific things about culture is something very well done by this game. So this is like 10 out of 10 for the cultural presentation of things and inclusion of this non generic difference, right? Or differences. So Pinnock says, actually, I'm thinking how sad, in a way, it is that the quality of two parts of this game is downgraded by visuals, peculiar acting in part 2 and horrible early 3D in part 3. Yes. So, cheesy acting in part 2 is not that bad when you think about it, but when you go to the third part. Oh, sorry, I think I did not include the third game's visuals in the slides, because, and thank you. You don't have to thank me for that, because the visuals of the third game are horrible, and I mean horrible. The plot line of the third game is very paranormal and very detective. Where there is a very major detective work involved. It's like it was Dan Brown before the Dan Brown was famous, actually. So it's all about the blood of Christ and the family of Christ and Maria Magdalena and things around this royal blood thing that was conveyed in Dan's Brown books, but and it's very interesting. It's very interestingly put, and there's a lot of interesting stuff, but visuals are horrible. And this early 3D it's aged very badly. So actually, as much as I am Gabriel Knight fan, and as much as I love these games, I simply love those. I needed to start the third game. I think I tried 3 times, and only by executing the executable for the third time I just stick to the game, because I was so pushed away from the graphics. So the third one is a challenge even for the Gabriel Knight lover. But if you are such a person, then you'll definitely and should stick till the end. So Tossler says, I think that's because the development of this game was in the same time that the Sega made the Genesis Mega Drive expansion called Sega CD, with the majority of the games being in movie games. Also, but the thing is that it's not only because of the platform, it was also because it was this boom of something new. So it's you can compare this thing to when the tablets were the first thing on the market. Then everybody, and I mean every company, started thinking how to create a game on the tablet and using this tablet touchscreen. And everybody was into it. Yeah, it needs to be on the tablet. It needs to be on the tablet. And even some games that naturally shouldn't be there and shouldn't be ported on the tablet were developed for the tablet way of presentation. So back then, it was 98, I think. 1998 was the first, I think, when they started implementing this. So everyone was doing actually the 3D at the time, because it's a little bit of a history there is needed. It's not that 3D vector graphics was something new. It wasn't. We've got a lot of games with vector graphics from the early 90s and late 80s. And the thing is that 90s and mid 90s introduced a way of texturing and supported more and more memory and more graphical memory, that you could put more texture data on the shapes on the vector graphics. So in some games from the era, it looks really nice because those games were small and packed. Therefore, you could organize things a little bit nicer to the eye. Such an example of the game will be discussed later. I mean, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption from 1999, which is a game that has featured textures that are very small. Till today even, modders are thinking how to avoid this constraint of the texture size of that game to make it more beautiful, and they fail. They fail miserably. But the Gabriel Knight had much more world. In some places it feels like somebody wanted to make an open world even. Some locations are huge. And the thing is that this made the world being overly using those 3D presentation, which made some challenges, probably technical challenges, based on how to texture things and how to pack everything in one screen and one world, and handling memory throughout that game. Therefore, they made something that looks very, very horrible, but still tries to maintain this movie aspect. So they move and behave, and the camera angles are very, very movie-like. What I need to say is that on the Sega, games from the era look much better, and that's the there's many technical factors, frequency synchronization and VSync and things like that they did differently, and this makes it, even though it uses the same shapes, it makes it easier for the eyes. But this game looks really horrible. So let's proceed forward. Then we remember that was Indiana Jones. Well, I don't need really to tell you why Indiana Jones has a mystery factor, because it's all about Indiana, right? He's actually following some mystery to uncover the mystery at the end and dig something up, often very paranormal. So actually one of the best adventure games ever, and also having a mystery factor. Let me just remind you that this game has 3 modes, so you need 3 playthroughs to get all its content and learn all its content. So 3 different wits, teams, and fists. So that's what it is. Of course, it ends almost the same way. Yeah. Another retro, which actually it would be a shame if it wasn't on this list, is Laura Bow. So Laura Bow was designed as an adventure game in a very Agatha Christie-like style. So the first game of Laura Bow was about a mansion murder. It was called Laura Bow and Colonel Bequest. It was about Laura exploring the mansion in which murders take place, and people are slowly being killed in some very Agatha Christie-like manner. And it was one of those early adventure games in which Sierra adventure games in which you use keyboard, actually arrow cursor keys to steer Laura and explore the situation. But the most memorable is actually Laura Bow 2, the Dagger of Amon-Ra, which again has this mystery of Egyptian dagger and Egyptian culture embedded to it. Then you've got this cultural background of Laura, a southern girl, actually starting to living in New York and starting to sleuthing around the city that she doesn't know. She's naive of sorts, but she still has her like 20s charm. She can be flirty, which makes her a very cool protagonist, and she's not only, she knows how to use her charms in many places. And what I can tell about this game, that it has a very intricate and very complex plot when it comes to who murdered who and what's the goal of the evildoers and so on. And I've typed there on this slide that you need evidence to win the game. What that means is that when you reach the game's ending, even though if you quite kind of know what's happening and who's guilty of what and things, and even if you know like 80% of it, the game will end very horribly, because she's actually trying to uncover a very intricate, also maybe mafia, or including mafia plot. So she makes some enemies on the way, obviously. And without evidence, you'll not be able to point all people and all guilt and prove all guilt. Hello. So what that means is that if someone that should be accused in court at the very end sleeps under the window, somehow, Laura ends very badly. So you need to actually be very, very careful about that. You need to be very focused on all evidence. And these games were made to actually be replayable many times, so the character can die. The point system is introduced once again, so you can see how many points you earned out of how many you should be aiming at. And then you can, after playing the game, if you had one like 371 points out of 481, then you know that you missed a lot of content. And that's actually the way it was designed, to be replayable, to be able to like play this game 10 times and after the 10 playthrough finally solve the puzzle, finally solve the crime as it should be solved. Another one which was also discussed was Sanitarium. And again, this one doesn't have a sleuthing element and the detective work in it, but it has a mystery, and this mystery is actually not for the protagonist. Of course, it's related to the protagonist, as you know, he has to unravel things from his past, he has to understand who he is and why he's in the mental asylum. But the main question is actually asked to the player underneath all this. What is it all about? That's the main question. And there is like, everything is presented in a very abstract way. Some things are straight bizarre and WTF factor. It's the just overall feeling that you have playing this game. But there is a reason and a method in this madness. And if you connect all the dots, everything becomes very clear at the very end. Why certain levels and why certain sections happen in this game. So Max, so the main protagonist, wakes up in the asylum that's about to be destroyed. That's this screenshot to the left, by the way. This tower that will explode in a moment. Then he's teleported to some sort of weird place with weird children, and there's like no understanding how this actually happens, other than some statue, angel statue, is porting and teleporting Max between those places. So that means that player is tasked to understand, to discover, to learn for Max actually, because Max seems so helpless at times. He doesn't know. He just, when doctors in the asylum tell him things, he's actually just following those things because he cannot know better, but the player can. And the player can lead Max to unraveling more and more and more of the mysteries of this world. And that's why this is so interesting, and that's why this is on the list. Um, so another game on the list is something that will always I will connect this game to the Christmas and the Christmas season, because I was given the first copy of the game on Christmas as a Christmas gift, and even though I was like, I don't know, 11 years old, I absolutely fell in love with Cruise for a Corpse. It uses the Agatha Christie premises. It has a very complex Agatha Christie-like storyline. It happens on the during the cruise on the ship belonging to a rich person. Some of the characters and some of the names are actually taken from Agatha Christie's story, but the development of the story is different. And that's one of the factors that you'll learn on the way about the Agatha Christie oriented games, that developers often think that the books are so popular that they cannot make the games exactly as the books, because everybody knows who's the killer. If you read a book about 10 sailors, then you know who's killing people in 10 sailors. So they need to introduce some shift there, some change to the story that could make player occupied and understanding that there's something else happening in the games that it was happening in the books. So this is also this. That's the same situation. The French detective Raoul de Sentier was invited to the cruise just to learn that the man who invited him on that cruise was murdered. And as a known French detective, he's actually trying to unravel the mystery by exploring this boat. And this boat has many rooms, has a bar, has a laundry room, has like the internal chapel, smoking lounge, a lot of places in which you need to go often to and discover and talk to people. And as you can see on the screenshot, there is some drama happening in the background near to the door. So actually, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, and a very, very dark secret happening in the background. About retro reminders, still two things. So Darkseid and I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Again, these are not sleuthing games per se, but these are games with some mystery in the background. So in the first one, we've got this mystery of Gigeresque trying to understand why our protagonist had those huge headaches and problems with sleeping, and why does he actually have some horrible nightmares. And the second one, there's this mystery of how to defeat the horrible master computer who actually governs your life and the life of your protagonist just to display your nightmares. And both are equally unsettling. Uh, but overall, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a better game than I'd say Darkseid was. But I needed them on that list because just to remind that there's again that the player is really tasked with doing that, and you have this feeling, especially have this feeling in terms of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, since it features not one but six protagonists. And when you switch through between those protagonists, you learn that actually you're the one who connects their lives and their actions. So it's player's mystery rather than character's mystery. Another one from the retro was the Phantom of the Opera, which is actually a question and the sleuthing game about trying to understand why there is a certain individual appearing in the opera and why this individual murdered somebody. And of course, there is this huge. This is a well-known story with a huge cultural background. So this is actually using that and exactly that. Overall, it's very interesting when it comes to trying to uncover the identity of our phantom. I felt that it needed to be on that list because it had some cool animations as compared to other games from the era, but it's not a very good sleuthing game. So there are some problems around it. So let's just proceed. And that's the first moment. Of course, we discussed those games before, but this is the first moment during today's stream that we mentioned Arthur Conan Doyle and his Sherlock Holmes stories. So it didn't really start from these two. So the case of Serrated Scalpel and the case of the Rose Tattoo, because before, Sherlock Holmes is an established cultural character and setting. So there were attempts in the 8-bit era and before to do those things. But these are the first two graphical adventure games which had all elements that every Sherlock Holmes game should have. So there is this Sherlock Holmes style there, and it's not only about the Scottish hat and Watson being like a always faithful follower of Holmes, which is often presented by the media. That's also about all surroundings. So as you can see there on the second screenshot, which is from the case of a Rose Tattoo, you can see the Holmes room for the very first time in games. You can see his all mess that he has. You can see that he's wearing his like robe that he normally puts on his suit, which is absolutely introduced by BBC series with Jeremy Brett and Edward Hardwicke. And this game is the very first game that feels that somebody wanted to take the Sherlock Holmes shows from TV and put them into gaming. And it's not only about Holmes is a brilliant detective and trying to understand the murders plots and people killing prostitutes and who's actually who actually planted the bomb in Mycroft's. Mycroft Holmes is Sherlock's brother, so Mycroft has a club, and this club in the second game is bombed. Mycroft is absolutely hospitalized with and unconscious, and Sherlock wants to unravel the plot who actually tried to bomb Mycroft, which seems as a political issue, which is actually because Mycroft is a political person and he's in the government. In the Serrated Scalpel, of course, there's about Jack the Ripper kind of game with again somebody murdering prostitutes in London. So these are the very first two games. They are very challenging for the today's standards, difficult. They include pixel hunting, which is probably the biggest curse of old games. But still, if you're a Holmes games, at one point in your life, and if you're a Holmes fan actually, at one point in your life you need to try at least those two. Going through another major thing about the sleuthing and mystery games. So every Lovecraftian horror game there is built around the ancient mystery of the ancient cosmic beings who terrorize not only this planet and the people living on this planet, but the universe and other peoples in the universe as well. So there's a mystery and this mythological plot around it. But from the human perspective, it's always in the Lovecraftian horror. It's always so bizarre and so absolutely incomprehensible that player and the protagonist alike need to solve it as a puzzle. There's no Lovecraftian game without the mystery that needs to be solved by the protagonist. There's no Lovecraftian story by Lovecraft that doesn't have the same. There's always this premise of setting up the mystery, setting up the character's background, tying the mystery to character's background, and making the character and the protagonist to realize something in the very end. And that's how all those games work. So Shadow of the Comet is absolutely great example of it. As I said before, the Shadow of the Comet is a game that impressed me very much, and that's why the Land of the Crows, so the game that I made, has so horrible control style, because that's exactly mimicking the Shadow of the Comet. And yeah, I knew that Shadow of the Comet is equally hated by players for the same reason. So actually, that made a very big impression on me. There are dialogue choices. Some of those dialogue choices can make the game unbeatable, become unbeatable, because they lead to some unsolvable situations, and that's actually very difficult to approach. But there is this magical mystery that you need to solve. You need to know who and why. You need to connect the dots to be able to barely beat the game, because that's the premise of Lovecraftian horror, that in general consensus, if somebody says Lovecraftian horror, that means that you're beaten by the game. Always. You cannot beat the game. You have to be beaten by the game. Because those beings, according to the Lovecraftian rules, are so powerful that you cannot do anything to them. And as a digression, I must say that there is, as a role player and pen and paper tabletop role player, back then in the 90s we were into the Call of Cthulhu pen and paper tabletop game. And it was amazing because, you could play this Lovecraftian horror on your tabletop and so on. But then there was an add-on created by the same company called Delta Green. And Delta Green allowed players to actually become hip super agents that actually can kill and win the fight against the Lovecraftian horrors, which made it absolutely hilarious. It lost every ounce of mystery, of fun, because this is all Lovecraftian horror is about unknown and trying to connect the dots and trying to imagine things, how they work. And in the end, you absolutely fail to do that, but at least you're able to scratch the surface, so it becomes interesting and remains interesting. If you explain everything, it no longer has any appeal. So that's the premise. And of course, the second game was the Prisoner of Ice, which actually is a continuation of the Shadow of the Comet. So you'll meet the same people and people referring to the first game in the other. So that's worth knowing. Another Lovecraftian game, which was also mentioned before, is actually The Daughter of the Serpents. I remember The Daughter of the Serpents last year or 2 years ago. I haven't forgotten it. But I was reminded of this game by playing the newest Call of Cthulhu game from 2018, because the Call of Cthulhu game from 2018 uses the same premise and the same ideas that this game has. So the Daughter of the Serpents, for the first thing that needs to be told about this game, is a kind of visual novel. So it's an adventure game with usage of items and clicking on the areas, but its presentation is very visual novel-like. That's the first thing. The second thing is that this game has selectable character archetypes when you start the game. So you can create your you can say that you're a detective, or you're a agent, or you're a magician at the start. So it shows you, it assigns you certain skill sets, like in an RPG, and then based on those skill sets, it allows you to steer through different route of the game. So basically, if you know the occult as a starting premise, the game will follow and get you through a lot of occult stuff, like this Greek lady who deals in artifacts, will lead you to the tomb, in which tomb you acquire the powder of Ibn Ghazi, then you'll use the powder of Ibn Ghazi to uncover something else, and it's going to be a lot of occult in there. If you pick the sleuthing archetype, the sleuthing archetype will allow you to search the offices for clues and things like that. So it has some replayability factor. There is a lot of pixel hunting, it's kind of short. I mean, the longest parts are because you're stuck, not because the game is long. So actually, extreme caution is needed, because you might be very, very severely disappointed by some elements of this game. But basically, I'm a sucker for Lovecraftian horror, and that's why I hopped in, and I think completed it several times in my life. So worth knowing that there is something like that. Another horror game, basically RPG, is Elvira series. So as a reminder, Elvira is a TV personality from the 80s. Elvira was a model hostess of a horror show in USA in the 80s, and based on the popularity of the horror show and the movies with Elvira, 2 games were made, and spawned third game, which was Waxworks. And these 3 games use actually the same UI and the same idea, so there is a lot of adventure, like using items on the screen and picking stuff and examining stuff and so on. And there is also a lot of RPG elements, fighting with monsters, mixing spells, and trying to solve the major plot. So because of this being a horror game, again, the horror requires some unknown factors, and this forces player to unravel those unknowns. And that's how those games are on this list. Because even if it's something as simple as meeting some horrible character and even killing some horrible character in melee combat, there is always this question the player asks in this game: what made this character become such a character? And this game offers some vague but some answers. I mean, these 3 games actually. So worth mentioning in a retro presentation. And the very, very same situation affects the 7th Quest, so the very first CD-ROM game ever made and sold. So this is a puzzle game and a horror game. So basically the puzzles are intricate and quite challenging, and they are tied to the main story of the game, which is, if you probably remember, but this is a story about the toy maker doll maker actually, called Stauf, who created dolls to kill small children. So those dolls were absolutely making children, stealing their souls, actually. So, and then you enter the mansion in the first game, in the 7th Quest, guest to see the spirits lingering there and see and unravel how to defeat the staff who actually died but cannot be defeated, of sorts. And this game spawned the 11th Hour sequel, but last year there was a fan-made project, I think the Patreon sponsored, which is called 13th Doll, which is absolutely, if you loved and liked 7th Guest and 11th Hour, 13th Doll is just for you because it's just a continuation of 7th Guest and 11th Hour. And it has two selectable protagonists and a very very same level of puzzles, and the story of and a mystery of stuff and what's happening and this horrible curse that's in this game needs to be unraveled by the protagonist. There's a lot of connecting the dots there. And from the FMV era, there was also discussed before, it was discussed as a part of this Myst-like games with Zork Nemesis. So basically, there's a lot of Myst-like games out there, and everybody knows Myst, Riven, sequel to the Myst, and so on. But I think that from all those heap of Myst-like games, Zork Nemesis deserves the biggest praise for building up the mystery of where the hell I am. And am I somewhere? Is it real? Yes, says, do you know Shine? Quite dark old game. I don't think so. I need to explore this one. If no, I don't think so. So I'll need to explore that one. So that will be, if you have a link or something, then I'll gladly take a look at this. So, but in this one, so the very first thing about this game is that there is a there is there's no separation of a player from the protagonist. There's a full immersion, and you've been put into the shoes of a person who actually explores this weird temple, and by exploring this temple you start to learn where this temple is located, who are inhabiting this temple, and what am I even doing here. And this whole it's not sleuthing, but it's actually discovery and trying to understand what connects the dots again. So, and it of course spawns into the quite sinister plot and trying to oppose some being and save another person. So it's very interesting to learn on the way with this absolutely climatic game with absolutely gorgeous music and marvelous presentation as of the time. So that's very again I praise this game, but it deserves that. Not I don't know Shine, but I did play Shivers, which is kind of like when you type Shine, I thought about Shivers because it's like really a similar word, but at least it starts similarly. So there's again, this is a teenage drama. We've mentioned this before about on the stream about adventure games, and actually there is a lot of searching for items and going through the location to understand the fate of its owner and the location, like a museum owner, because it's a museum. But it has some educational value and exploration puzzles. Not a really impressive sleuthing game, but again, the mystery is on the player, so it deserves to be reminded of that there is a game called Shivers and there is a sequel of it that you might want to explore. Again, from as you can see, the whole we've got a lot of horror games on the list, and that's understandable because, like I said before, the horror always explores some needs to some exploration, and it needs to needs some unraveling of some points. So in the Phantasmagorias, in the very first game, you've got a demonic possession, and in the second one you've got a alien-like stuff, sci-fi mostly. So this is these not were not so praised because of their sleuthing values or qualities, but because of their gory scenes and this horror atmosphere. But definitely there is a lot of sleuthing and detective work in both of those games, because both protagonists, Adrian and Curtis, they really need to go through every hint they have to understand how to survive, so to speak. So it's not a survival horror, but they don't really know that they need to do whatever they can to survive. But then there is a lot of unraveling. So, and again, this, as you can see, there's this aspect of this 90s TV shows. So not it's not really good TV material or movie material, but it was kind of a cool game, and it was really a good horror, a mediocre game when it comes to focusing on gameplay, and a very mediocre movie acting and presentation. So yes, the story of a drain cleaner, first one. But these were the weird stuff, weird games from this 90s era. But this one that is now there on the screen is actually something that this list cannot live without. So the Tex Murphy is a full-fledged, absolutely brilliant, marvelous, funny, original adventure, sleuthing, and detective game. Very first thing that you notice about Tex is the fact that he's a Raymond Chandler-like character. So he's a guy with in the coat, in the dust coat, in this fedora on his head. Although, and there is one thing about his apparel that doesn't fit, because he often uses white tennis shoes or white sneakers to this setup with the fedora. So it's really bizarre how he looks. He's goofy. He's very smart, but he's really he's making a lot of silly mistakes, because that's what he is and who he is. And his personality is so funny and overwhelming that becoming Tex is a relief for this noir game. And this is a very bad world. I mean, the premise of those games starts with Martian Memorandum and Mean Streets, so the games from the 80s, when Tex is trying to unravel some dark plot on Mars. This is a post-apocalyptic world with a lot of mutants. The place and the area in which Tex is living is horrible. So it's like, we've been talking a lot about cyberpunk and the cyber real dystopian future. So I think that cyberpunk future, it doesn't have as much dystopian feel to it as Texas background does. So, but the real fun about Tex started with the Under a Killing Moon and Pandora's Directive, and then other games that continued the story with these characters and based on these characters. But there's a lot of, this is a 3D game mostly, so you like going with the first person shooter perspective mode, from place to place. You sleuth the area, find objects, talk to people. this is one of the screens that shows the impressive list of subjects you can talk to about Chelsea, and that's there's a lot of characters. Of course, in different games there's a different subject and the theme to unravel, but both are like I mean, all of those have a certain standard of approaching the subject. So you've got this, and the most important thing about this game is actually the fact that Tex is a narrator of this game. So he's got this constant internal monologue in the very Chandrelesque style, in which there's sometimes it's not possible not to laugh at what he's saying, because he's so serious at the things that are not really serious that it always brings a smile. The same era spawned a lot of political investigations and other first-person like games like Titanic Adventure Out of Time, which is actually taking place on the Titanic just before its catastrophe, with the real layout of the ship and characters and ability to see different endings, different situations happening in this game, which is actually also a real-time adventure, as a reminder that you have a certain time to actually complete this, or you fail. So that's, and as an agent, actually, as a government espionage specialist, you need to talk to people, find clues, understand some documents, and so on. So, and of course, your social aspect of your skill set is very, very much used, as in every espionage-oriented story. There's an adventure game people forgot about, which is Ripley's Believe It or Not Riddle of Master Lu, which is on this list because it's Indiana Jones-like puzzle. What's interesting about this is that Ripley was a real character, a real person. This guy was a showman that created a franchise of museums in the 40s and 30s, I believe, in the USA. He named it Ripley's Believe It or Not, and this was like those weird museums with amazing and weird stuff in it. So some of those were not really museal objects, but some prepared items of just to produce some shocking value. So, and that's, you're actually him in this game, and there is a riddle of Master Lu. So the riddle pointing to the burial place of the first Chinese emperor, and because of this Indiana Jones-like storyline, it deserves to be on this list because it shares the same aspect of mystery searching as Indiana Jones. So it's worth reminding that it was there. And 98 and Black Dahlia, another interesting storyline with espionage, exploring Annenerbe Nazi fascination with artifacts, Thule society, and all those 40s dark aspects of the mythos searching of the Second World War. It featured Dennis Hopper as one of the protagonists. That's interesting that the established Hollywood actor played in this game, and some others too. Of course, features some alternative history and some murders, and that's why it's named Black Dahlia, because you know that Elizabeth Short was murdered in the 40s, late 40s, and she was called the Black Dahlia by the newspapers. So Elizabeth Short is one of the persons that you meet in this game, and of course she gets murdered as well, and her topic is also intricately placed in the storyline. But majority of the storyline is not about her, it's rather about CIA and Thule and this mystical, magical plot somewhere in between. and the game that absolutely is and should pop out on the market these days, especially after the Cyberpunk failure. Um, I mean, the people should actually feel hungry for more cyberpunkish plot, and they should probably return and search for more, uh, or would, for more cyberpunkish content. So they probably will uncover this one sooner or later. So the Blade Runner is special because of several things. The first thing is that this has a non-linear plot, which is an amazing feat even by today's standard. So we've got we're accustomed to some choices in games, especially today. For example, we played BioWare games, we played CD Projekt Red's games, in which we've got those like Mass Effect, Dragon Ages, and so on, which we've got those characters with established routes and plot lines, and this is like just a simulation of a going on the graph by the specific edges of the graph to romance person A and have an ending B of sorts. And this game doesn't follow this rule because this game, in secret, when you start and click a new game, it randomizes several aspects of some NPCs. The very first thing is that you don't know who's an android. In some playthroughs, you might be an android even. And in some playthroughs, you will not be an android, you will be just a human. There are some persons that will have different meaning in the story and different roles in the story, depending on those randomized variables on the start. So, you cannot just play this game once and then hit replay button and play the second one in the same way you played it for the first time, because it's going to be a different experience. And that's what makes this game extremely good as an example for sleuthing, because then even if you reach the same place in which you try to unravel something, by the way, it features a system very much similar to the one that Cyberpunk introduced in December, which was called Brain Dance in Cyberpunk. In here, actually, when you do this analysis, you analyze the pictures with an AI, and you need to algorithmically enhance pictures to find objects in the scene that are not quite visible on the pictures. So basically, imagine that there is a object in the scene, let's say a gun, lying behind the couch, but the couch is in front of the gun, so you don't see this gun on the picture. But this gun casts some shadows on the second couch in the room, and the system allows our protagonist to analyze the picture to discover those slight differences and find the gun in the room, actually. So this is very interesting, and this is not only like sleuthing by scanning and going through the locations, but sleuthing also by using this tech, and that's very, very cool. In my opinion, much better done than Cyberpunkish Braindance introduced in Cyberpunk 2077. So, and that's why this game is a worthy Blade Runner game, a worthy Cyberpunk kind of game. If we extend Cyberpunk terms to the Blade Runner, which can be discussable, but also just a very detective game, a very good detective game. These two games that are there are there just to show that there are some mysteries that can be very light-hearted, and both feature some noir element. So noir is the term coming from the analysis of movies from the 40s. Casablanca was probably the first noir movie because of the vibe it had. So these two, so Grim Fandango and Full Throttle, have noir elements, but very light-hearted, comically treated. So they deserve to be on that list, but not because they are the best examples of sleuthing games, but because they are using sleuthing elements and established cultural understanding of what the genre is uh, as a part of their premises. So that's it. Um, this was, of course, also talked about before, the quest for glory, the RPG adventure uh, with a lot of fantasy elements and horror elements to it, and the weird connection between RPG and adventure games. But about the fourth game, I must say that it was very interesting to understand what happened to several NPCs, and it required some sleuthing work and detective work of sorts, with breaking and entering as one of the included culturally established ways of acquiring evidence. So that's one of the these are some of the facts that probably make this game deserve to be on that list. Just a sip of coffee. Yeah, sorry about that. Uh, Virgin and Cryo Interactive created the Dune 1 game, which I very much love. And they also spawned in the same engine something called KGB, aka the Conspiracy. And KGB is absolutely a detective game, but agent game really, because you're a KGB officer in Soviet Russia during the perestroika times. And there is this game is very dark. It shows several scenes which are quite extreme. Um, these are, of course, also cultural-oriented things of the era. So they wanted to depict the savage reality of the changing USSR into the Russian Federation. So it's interesting as a cultural investigation in a very dark um, setting. There are many detective points and hooks of this game. So there is a cannibal in this game who kills people in one of the Moscow suburbs that you can uncover, but there is a political plot in behind it, and kind of science fiction political plot, to be honest. So I must say that I was kind of disappointed by the ending, but not really. I was disappointed by this science fiction element of the ending rather than the ending itself, because it's very well made and very challenging. I mean, this game has some unsolvable situations requiring starting over the game even after going very far into the game, because there are some situations that will uh, uh, hit you after hours of playthrough that you did. So this, by today's standards, it's unplayable for many players that I know. So, but with walkthrough, if you got the walkthrough and you're interested, that might be a pleasant time with a walkthrough. Because without walkthrough, it's going to be a very long chore. um, Also, I've talked about Dreamweb before as a weird, controversial game about cyberpunkish world, the future, in which you are tasked to kill monsters. But the thing is, monsters in human form. But the thing is, there is this aspect of trying to investigate how to get to them, to those people, and this requires a lot of puzzle solving and investigative work. So I won't repeat myself about how this thing is depressing and that this is a very dark game, actually. But it was interesting to actually delve into this and try to investigate my way through it, how to reach the conclusion. So that's why it's on the list. One might say that philosophical content and fantasy content like Terry Pratchett's content probably shouldn't be on the list. If you're a Terry Pratchett fan, you know that there are some elements of Terry Pratchett works that he actually used as a tribute of sorts, so Agatha Christie to Chandler and many other authors. There is in Ankh-Morpork, in the city, the biggest city of this world, there is a police headquarters, the guard headquarters, and this is actually there is a plethora of police characters like Samuel Vimes, commander, Captain Carrot, who's a person with a great charisma. They've got werewolf in the guard, and there's like the classical setup of fantasy characters who form up the very first Discord police force, modern police force. But there was no a sleuthing Chandler-esque character, noir character in Discord before this game. So Luton is actually a very dark noir detective, private eye, PI. Actually, he's being suspected by Commander Vimes as being main culprit, and the plot involves drugs, because there is of course drug trafficking among trolls in the city. Involve the very important person, ally to the main character, the main protagonist. I mean, you probably guess, if you know Terry Pratchett, you probably guessed already who's the most important asset for the detective, for the private eye, who might be one of the characters, I mean, in Ankh-Morpork. Will you try to guess in the chat window? Who am I referring to? This one person in Ankh-Morpork who actually has all the things that make that person a great detective. Will you try it? To guess? Just type it in the chat window. Who? What does that mean? We don't have that much time, so shoot. Veterinary, no, not. Of course, he's smart. He's brilliant. He has all the chords in his hands, and he sees the world as a great tapestry. Very close to the homeless. Someone very close to the homeless. No? Come on. Yes, exactly. Gaspode, the talking dog. And Gaspode is one of the allies of Luton in this game. So actually, the dogs have brilliant sense of smell. So, and this particular dog, Gaspode, is even talking and knows how to talk to people. And he's so smart. He's unbelievably smart. As a proof of his being smart is the fact that he never tries to talk in front of people. If people accidentally know that he was talking, he was just looking at them and he just says how. Bow wow. So actually that's one of the premises of this game. What else can be said about this plot? Of course, there is, if you remember, in Ankh-Morpork there is also a troll-based and troll-occupied mafia organization, so organized crime organization. So as Luton, in this absolutely marvelous Discord adventure with a noir sense of style and narration, you tend to explore all your beloved characters from the Discord series, and additionally have great detective work and the great plot. Of course, there is some moon logic in it, because why not? This is Discord, so several things have to be abstract and silly and just funny. But as Terry Pratchett proved with Samuel Vimes novels, it can be done perfectly, and this game is also an example of that. Uh, in the retro times, also there was the series of games called Police Quests. These Police Quests were there were 4 games, I guess, and Police Quest started with the Police Academy like police work with arresting perps and answering the calls from the headquarters and so on. Sakura says that I learned English with these games and writing with the Police Quests games. You mean? Yeah, that's cool. Great. Death Angel was the first one, right? So actually, you remember that this was also the challenging game when you need to, as you said, you needed to type stuff, and it included also some investigation, if I remember correctly, done within the headquarters. So, yes, you say. My parents had to do it with me, of course. So I couldn't get my parents to help me. I needed to go myself through it. It was really pain, but I did it with Monkey Island first. I finished some of those games. Actually, I haven't. I'm not sure if I finished the Police Quest first, but definitely I've completed the second and the third. So, yeah, that was a take towel, open door, use key, and all those verbs. So it was like this bridge between the typing text games and the graphical interface, as discussed before. Ah, yeah, we couldn't finish it time before the internet. Of course, that's because we lived in Europe, and probably you didn't know, you didn't have the means to call the info line in the US, or you've been in the different time zone and you couldn't. So, but there was an established info line that they had to which you could call them by phone and ask how to solve a specific case. At least in the 80s and the first half of the 90s, it was possible. So, but me in Poland, I didn't know probably how to call outside the country back then. So it was really limited. Just an era between the transition between the socialist state and what it is today was really crazy. So that was totally not possible. But what's important about these games is that the third and the fourth have like the fourth plot is not so good, but it tries to mimic the reality of police work of the 90s. So it's very depressing. It has depressing neighborhoods, as you can see on the screen there. So this is like a grayish Los Angeles, San Francisco, like early hip hop, early rap, West Coast stuff, and that's very depressing. But in this urban, not noir style, but this urban detective American TV drama style. And the third one was quite interesting. It was more into this feeling of Miami Vice of sorts, because it was more distinctively feeling like 80s police drama than the 90s. So that's about the Death Angel. It's totally 80s. Like if you seen any police shows from the USA that were made in the 80s or late 70s, then you definitely know what's the feeling of the in pursuit of the Death Angel. So that's it. So we're quite closing the reminder of the retro games and the established sleuthing elements of those games. Um, and we are starting the second chapter, which is mysteries. So, what makes a good detective story? What makes reader, player, watcher, viewer an interested person, interested and engaged into a detective story? What's needed not only to hook you up and make you interested and focus on trying to solve the crime or the mystery, but also drag you along this road with keeping your interest on the very same level. What's needed to do to accomplish just that? Because I must tell you, if you're lacking one of those elements, the story is not going to be immersive. It's not going to be involving. It's not going to be immersive. It's going to be boring. And that's because these stories always require brain work, brain labor. And brain labor is not something as any other labor. It's not something that's just pleasant. It requires energy, it requires involvement, it requires focus, and it, takes the energy out of you and makes you tired. So to actually balance this thing, you need to give something back. The game needs to, and the story needs to give something back. Usually, it's this factor of I need to learn what's next, and I need to learn something. I need to unravel this plot, but it cannot be just unraveled. It has to be slowly unraveled with some plots and plot twists that make the mind even more confused. So it's like a constant cycle of confusing you and making you solve the confusion. So it's nothing original that the fact that the movies already ask that question, how to keep you invested. So we had some great detective movies and detective books and so on. So the game market just took those things and put them into games. So the movie established viewpoint is all about that. That you have epic proportions as of a movie, and you've got established viewpoint, so the character's viewpoint's a Chandra-esque view, or a view of a Agatha Christie character, or police officer, or private investigator, or just a weird writer like Gabriel Knight, who just found himself in amidst the mystery, murder mystery. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that all these games it's not enough that they will just tell you a story. You need a degree of interactivity to solve this crime. Sakura Nohime says that, but AC, often did you give all clues? Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is that about giving clues. So did not give you. Okay. About giving clues. So it's all about it's a balance about how to put the clues so they are not feeling stupid, but not putting clues at all makes it absolutely monological. Yeah. So but the thing is that there is always something, some intricate design about how Doyle and Agatha Christie did that. That there is always a detail, and they hook up on those details. And in the Agatha Christie as well as Doyle's stories, it's always about a reader feeling too stupid to solve the crime. Sherlock did it in the books because he's Sherlock, but we read the ending and we now can connect the dots and we understand. But the question whether we could solve this crime ourselves, in most often situations the answer is no. We're too stupid for that. There are of course some people who just in between, like in the middle of book, said, yeah, I know who's the killer because it's so simple. But majority of us, we're not capable to do this mind processing, mostly because we're not just logically invested in the story. We're emotionally invested in the story, and emotions lead us astray, and that's probably the most important factor of those games. You need to balance the emotions and the logical aspect of the story. If you don't have it, then it's going to be into extremes. Yeah, but AC showed the detective a clue and we were not allowed to know it. Yes, that's also the case. It's different with Doyle's stories. So in Doyle's stories, the clue is always there. It's always hinted. It's always shown, even if just explained by the detective, by Sherlock. Sometimes Sherlock sees something and says something and explains something to Watson or to other characters that we don't see, but by stating this fact out loud, we kind of start to understand and start to see the picture. So we still have this time to solve the case before Sherlock does. Agatha is a different case. Fun fact: not everybody knows this, but Agatha Christie said once that she majority of her crime stories were actually thought during her washing dishes. Because she said that washing dishes after the dinner is so stupid and annoying for any person who does this that she wants to murder somebody doing this. And she actually literally said this during one of the interviews. So every time when I'm washing dishes, I'm thinking about Agatha Christie. I cannot help it. So that's with it. But I also prefer Doyle, and this is much more logical, much more intrinsic. However, I'm a huge fan of Hercule Poirot and a huge fan of Mrs. Marple because they are so cool characters, and that's why I can't just help but to like the stories because of this distinct British style that also Sherlock Holmes shares. So that's why we've got this using classical authors as a background for the story. Yes, we use those because it's like absolutely brilliant to have just our likable characters, just as we said before, that these are classical authors, classical characters. Why should we even try to invent any new characters? Let's get ahead and along Sherlock Holmes with his not another adventure, and we'll be fine with it. And that's exactly what we feel, and it's pretty fine to have yet another Sherlock Holmes games. And of course, there is a lot of other games with protagonists. There is a series with American teenage detective. I forgot about her name because I haven't seen the TV show nor I played the games. But there is a whole series of the games which are sleuthing and detective games based on the female detective characters. So like I didn't include this because I don't know it. So that's but worth mentioning. What's her name? I'll remember. Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew. Yeah, so Nancy Drew is like 9 games or something. So I'll probably post it on the group later just to make up for this the fact that Nancy Drew is not a part of this presentation. So noir settings being used via graphical means and descriptive content, of course. Paranormal investigations also a part and intertwines with the sleuthing element, which is not something that games just invented. The paranormal element was there in some of the Sherlock Holmes stories. The original stories of Arthur Conan Doyle. Let me remind you about the Hound of Baskervilles. So the Hound of Baskervilles was actually based on the trying to understand whether this is a mystery of the mythical hound or a mythical curse of the swampland, the marshes, or is it just a regular crime? So, and there is a lot of time-related, attention-related puzzles, missing specific timed action or failing of notice. Some details affect the case. So this was in Laura Ball, for example, visible very nicely when actually forgetting to find a clue affected the gameplay and the ending. Yes, so we moved into, it was still kind of in the retro era, but these are not, these weren't the part of the previous streams. and if I remember correctly. So I wanted to start talking about the games that I haven't been talking much about. And boy, oh boy, Silent Hill 2 is a game in which we could probably spend 2 hours talking about, and what's inside and what's in its design and how. Yes, exactly. I have the same mutual feeling. So we didn't have Silent Hill. I mean, I played Silent Hill 2 mostly, also the first game, but of course everybody remembers the Silent Hill 2 the most. And of course, the third with this creepy nurse in the hospital was also cool. Um, but for me, it was 2 that made all the difference. Because for those who haven't played, uh, the protagonist arrives in the Silent Hill, in the town of Silent Hill, which is of course densely covered by this weird, unnatural fog. And in the very first scene, he looks in the mirror and asks himself why the hell he's even here. And he knows the answer, that the fact that he's there is in this weird, creepy town is also bizarre, because he got a letter from his wife that invited him to come to the Silent Hill. The thing is, his wife is dead for several years now. And still he knows that she's dead, and he still came. And the very beginning is so unsettling that you know that it's going to be a hell of a ride. And then you go to explore that town, and this town is memorable. In every game, actually, this town is memorable. Sakura says that, but like in the games, there was never really a solution to why he's there. Or I like the approach from the movies that what Silent Hill might be. So that's the interesting question, because this place has some duality in it. And let me take the Silent Hill 2. I don't want to spoil you guys if you haven't played the Silent Hill, but the majority probably had played it. So the very first thing is that this town is filled of grotesque shapes and monsters that attacked our main protagonist and protagonists actually, and they need to defend themselves. There are creepy places, and the town seems to be alive and seems to throw things at our protagonists. The very good example of this might be the hospital scene in Silent Hill 2, actually the elevator scene, in which when the protagonist enters the elevator, there's some sort of the TV radio show going on through the voice ematters of sorts in this elevator. And actually this show is not a random show that's being just played to the player and to the character. It's directed to the player. It involves things about what our character is doing and what the character is going to explore. So, and that's one of the aspects of the Silent Hill. The second aspect, again clearly shown in Silent Hill 2, is the fact that there are 2 characters in Silent Hill 2 that require mentioning. The very first is Maria. Maria is actually an almost identical copy of the late wife of our protagonist, Mary, who she somewhat different. She has different hair, I think, or something. But actually, she's her look-alike. And it looks like she was spawned by this town. And there's the most iconic monster coming from that game, which is the Pyramid Head. And Pyramid Head is also spawned by this town because of our protagonist. And there is this balance between and this mechanic between Maria and Pyramid Head, and there's so brilliantly. Let me give you a little bit of a spoiler if you haven't played. So Maria is this beautiful lookalike who just Can you hear me? Because it might be something on my end as well, because or Twitch or something. Just let know in the chat that if you can hear me. Okay, okay. Weird. It's really weird why this is happening. Sorry about that. Um, Okay, so but can you hear me now? Because this is like very difficult for me to try to manage this. I'm not really good at this, so just want. Oh, cool. So I was saying that there is this. I'm not sure where you left, but this is maybe it's on my end actually. Then maybe the upload is lagging for some reason. I don't know. Weird. Uh, I don't know. The thing is, I was saying that there's this pyramid head monster, and there's this Maria person spawned by Silent Hill. So, the thing is that Maria is beautiful, and she's protagonist's wife look-alike. And Pyramid Head is hideous monster who like hunts our player, and immediately the immediate response that you have looking at that hideous monster is shooting him. But the biggest thing about this game is the fact that it's a Pyramid Head who's your friend, not Maria. And to understand why is this the fact, and why is it, and why should it unravel like that, is a part of this mystery and sleuthing element. And there's so much more to that game. There's a lot of more protagonists and characters to meet. Almost every character in this game is weird. And of course this is a weird place, so it's not a big amazement that they actually weird people are in a weird place. So, but then it deserves to be on that list. It really is something. It's one of the best games and the most impactful games probably ever made, and it deserves to be on the sleuthing list because it requires a lot of swiping through buildings, places, observing, reading documents, even watching the old shop glasses just say there was a hole here, it's gone now, as you can see at the screen. So, and I must say something about this game too, because this is a Japanese game, and the Japanese games share several things, as you probably perfectly know. So, the UI and the font will be different and weird to majority of the Western viewers who have never seen any Japanese game before, because it's straightforward Japanese things, and as I discussed with Tossler before, it's because not during this stream, but somewhere else. It's because of the fact that Japanese game developers always want, after establishing how the UI should look like and how the font should look like, they want to give a familiar feeling to players. So they don't want to reinvent stuff. They always need to, and had this need to give people things that they already know, already understand, the UI that they can feel naturally with, and they don't need to learn stuff. So this has a lot of those game dev elements, the game design elements. So, and here we reach the very important milestone, which is actually we're about to talk about Sherlock Holmes. We've been talking about Sherlock in case of Rose Tattoo and the Serrated Scalpel, but these were retro approaches from before. But then there is a Ukrainian company called Frogwares, and these guys, based in Kiev, are huge Sherlock Holmes fans, and I mean huge. And everybody who knows Sherlock Holmes and who's a sucker for Sherlock Holmes can tell immediately that the other person is a sucker for Sherlock Holmes, because there is this pop culture view on Sherlock Holmes, which, standard thing. Sherlock in the Scottish hat, in the cape, and and Watson, who's like just following him, and Sherlock is that brilliant one, and Watson is that silly one that needs to be explained, and that Sherlock needs to explain him everything that Sherlock is doing. And that's the pop culture view. And this view is, of course, wrong. Because, and that was brilliant to relate by the show with Benedict Cumberbatch, which is, this premise of a new Sherlock Holmes with complete understanding what Sherlock Holmes, who he is, what it is all about. And can you, if you've seen that one, have you seen that Watson is somebody stupid or somebody without any great skills? It's not that he's just like the guy who writes Sherlock Holmes memoirs. No, he's actually the only person in the story who actually wields a gun. Because he's an ex-soldier. He's not only a doctor, he's a soldier, ex-soldier. And he has a PTSD. This is actually, it was hinted in the original stories. There is a reason why these guys live together. Why they share the apartment. Yeah, of course, there was a huge discussion whether they are gay or not, or maybe bi. And the Watson has a wife, Mary, and he still lives in. Yeah, and they showed the drug problem of Sherlock Holmes. It's a great show, definitely. So Holmes, actually, the original Holmes uses cocaine every time he feels bored. So he's a complete junkie. Whenever he doesn't have access to this impulse of and this feedback, emotional feedback that those mysteries are giving him, he's a drug addict. He overdoses almost a lot of the stuff he's got. So Sherlock is being told by Watson many times that the cocaine and the heroin will kill him at one time. So this is like the premise of the original story. And so there is a mechanic between these two characters, and then you know that whoever understands this know what the Sherlock Holmes is all about. So Sakura Nohime says that everybody who was shocked by this in the TV show and said it was bad did not read the books. Exactly, my feeling is mutual. And I know the producer of the show, who also played Mycroft, he actually loves and understands Holmes very well. And when I was watching the interviews with him, I was just clapping my hands and I was just shouting, "You've got it, my man! You've got it!" And this is exactly what it is. So. And there is some other shows from before that are equally brilliant and brilliantly done. And Frogwares guys, the developers from Frogwares, obviously seen all the movies, read all the books, and they want to tribute every shows that they like. So they created a lot of games. So it was The Case of the Silver Earring, The Awakened, Sherlock Holmes versus Arsène Lupin, Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper, The Testament of Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishments, and The Devil's Daughter. And then it's coming and slowly it's going to be released. I think that it's already on the Hypometer in Adventure Gamers website. Is the Sherlock Holmes, the Young Sherlock Holmes games, the part 1 about the young Sherlock Holmes and his so more loosely connected to the original stories, but still because they are the ones that make this game, I know that it's going to be good and they will still be in this Sherlock Holmes spirit. So absolutely marvelously done games. If you are a Sherlock Holmes fan and if you appreciate those stories, absolutely you're going to love those. There is Toby, there are kids from Baker Street, there is Lestrade, there are all characters that you need to get in the Sherlock Holmes games. So Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Silver Earring. That's the very first homage that they obviously shown. That's a homage to the Christopher Lee's Holmes. So Christopher Lee, the man of many talents, Saruman, Dracula, Count Dooku, who wasn't he actually? Played Sherlock Holmes as well, and he depicted a very grim, very serious Sherlock Holmes. He was like this upright guy who actually has some maliciousness about him. You know, the guy who played Saruman and Dracula and Count Dooku had the maliciousness about him and his demeanor. That's why he actually was employed to play those roles. So, and that's his Holmes is very grim. So the very fact that Christopher Lee was playing this character made it a dark movie of sorts. So this game tries to grasp it, even by by the Holmes looks. Albeit it doesn't work well in fully, because this Holmes is quite sympathetic. I mean, in the games, it's still Sherlock Holmes games. A game, you still get to see Sherlock's quirks. You still get to see Watson quirks. You can brilliantly start exploring Sherlock's apartment with, if you're a Sherlock Holmes fan, you know what actually is on one of the walls of his apartment. Actually, Sherlock Holmes on one of the walls of his apartment has some bullet holes made with a revolver. And the bullet holes form up in the letters V and R, which is Victoria Regina, the Queen Victoria. So he just was sitting at one time, and he was just shooting at his wall, just to had the initials of the Queen on the wall. And actually, this every element of those stories that you remember from the books is in those games. That's a very important thing. So you can have his tobacco bag, a tobacco pouch that he puts his pipe into. You've got every that element there in these games. So. What it's all about? It's about a fascinating murder of Sir Bromsby, and as I stated before, the intro of this game even. I mean, this is what Sakura said, that we've got hints. And the intro of this game contains hints that allow to solve a lot of the mystery of the first murder. So, actually, if you learn how it was done, everything becomes obvious, like with every Sherlock Holmes story. So that's the power of those games, that they were able to put that feeling that we got from the books into the games. So the next one was the Sherlock Holmes The Awakened. That's a very interesting game because it's a Lovecraftian horror plus Sherlock Holmes. You've got Watson and Holmes finding Cthulhu mythos. They are traveling to places like Switzerland and even to Louisiana marshlands to actually see the things that are in the Call of Cthulhu story by Lovecraft. So, sleuthing job, murder mystery, cultists and Cthulhu in one game. Absolutely, I adored this game. Marvelously done. As you can see, but this starts to be also the game that shifts from this Christopher Lee depiction and tries to merge it to the, according to me, the best Holmes depiction ever, which is Jeremy Brett's depiction. So they're like trying to do like a crossover between Christopher Lee and Jeremy Brett there. So Holmes is starting to having more quirks, more his weird misogynic comments and things like that. Then we've got the most famous French thief, the gentleman thief, la gentleman cambrioleur, Arsène Lupin, who actually steals the crown jewels of British monarchy and sends Sherlock a ticket and challenges him to find the crown jewels. So this doesn't have any murders in it. It's not a bloodthirsty or bloody crime there. It's just a mind versus mind type of challenge with just proving who's a better thinker. And it was marvelous just to trying to understand what Arsène did, how he operated, where he was meddling with some objects and things like that. More exploration about Holmes' apartment, of course, more interactions with Mrs. Hudson and so on. And then there came Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper, and it shifted so more and more towards Jeremy Brett's depiction of Sherlock Holmes from BBC TV show. The very first thing is that there are dark alleys of Whitechapel and this atmosphere of Victorian London, very gory. There is like a screenshot on the top, I mean the bottom left, in which you actually actively participate in the Jack the Ripper murders by trying to solve and find clues on the murdered prostitutes. So you actually are there, and I have absolutely like very high. Obviously, I have a high opinion about all of these games, but about this especially, because this game took all the possible outcomes and all the possible investigations about the Jack the Ripper case and put it into one game, intricately like tying those together in a very believable manner. So you explore various plots and various loops and threads, who the Jack the Ripper is and what makes him kill those girls. And there is like this subject of the dark side of London, so prostitution, anti-Semitism, uh, and it's like a poor quarter. Whitechapel was a poor quarter of London, so this is this dark place, and the mood of the game is very dark, and of course that means that our protagonists are not joyful either. So absolutely great, and was very worth investigating. I was like, when I finished this game and I learned about their version of Jack the Ripper, because you get to arrest him or learn about him in this game, I was like, I can agree on that. I've seen many Jack the Ripper movie stories and suppositions who the hell was he, and this is believable. Yeah, so that's high praise for me. And this is the Testament of Sherlock Holmes is the very first game that doesn't hide the fact that it's absolutely a Jeremy Brett's tribute. So the Holmes looks like the Jeremy Brett now, completely without any question. Uh, and that's the very first game that introduced a new UI for the Sherlock Holmes games, when you could explore much more places, things, and details than in previous games. So also, sorry about that. Also, in this game, there were statements you can make. You could make false accusations. You could make wrong deductions. So there's this brain map in which you join facts that you know, and those facts joined together logically produce different truths. So, to explain, if you've got like for example a fact that somebody was wearing a red shoes, for example, and that person is tall, you can like derive a fact that because the person worn red shoes and is tall, the person could be easily recognizable in public, for example. But if you decided that your detection would be that this person worn red shoes and is not tall, maybe the outcome will be different and it's going to lead to a different conclusion. So you need to carefully consider the facts. Later he looks like a little bit more like RDJ. Yeah, yes, that's exactly where we're trying. The thing is that I am not a big fan of those movies, so that's like a horrendous depiction of Holmes, in my opinion. So, but this was the Brett. The second Brett game, he shifts more towards like RDJ, as you say, but he's still Brett Lee kind of person there. He's definitely misogynistic in this one. He actually he's very ruthless in Crimes and Punishments, because the premise of the Crimes and Punishments is very ruthless. So about the Testament and Punishments and Crimes and Punishments, the story starts to revolve around Dr. Moriarty. So the biggest villain and the nemesis of Sherlock Holmes. By the way, if you know me personally, especially, then you know that I tend to preach that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Moriarty are the first characters in all literature and modern media, modern meaning 1800 forward, that are the archetypes of superheroes. So there is a reason why Batman is a detective and why Batman is fighting Joker, and what's are Joker's quirks and what's are Joker's resources. Because all this starts with Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty, uh, and and uh, and that's how actually this is depicted in these games. So this is like a challenge of two superheroes of sorts, and they are very dark and very very ruthless both. And in between there is this Watson who actually tries to be moral, who tries to understand what are Sherlock's motivations, why all this sudden ruthlessness and all the other things. But as you can see, there is a lot of detail hunting, and you can observe things in real time during the discussions and conversations. You can find clues that will affect the whole investigation. And there is Toby, of course. There is a Toby section that the dogs help. The dog helps always. So Robert Downey Jr., how much I hate down the portrayal of Holmes. I know that it's edgy thing to say, but then it's like there's something about their portrayal of those characters that take from the Holmes this, how should I say it? Holmes becomes likable, and the problem with it is that Holmes cannot be likable. Like Cumberbatch Holmes is not likable. He's very rude, for example, and Brett's Holmes is very weird. He's got very very many quirks. Jeremy Brett said that he wanted to the Holmes to have parts of his own personality. So because Jeremy Brett was bisexual, he wanted to connect the quirks like the misogynistic quirks of Sherlock Holmes to the fact that he's gay, and that made Sherlock Holmes in Brett's understanding a very bizarre character. I mean, in a good way, because he's not likable, he's ruthless, he treats women very badly, but he's still a brilliant detective, and the acting of Jeremy Brett was brilliant. But and then Battlefield Counter-Strike's Holmes. I don't really understand that one because I haven't played much Battlefield Counter-Strike in my life, so maybe I'm not. Okay, Benedict. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Now that I didn't know that he's being called Battlefield Counter Strikes. Maybe. So, so the and this is something. There is something wrong with this likability. So Holmes starts to be interesting for women. There was only one woman in the stories, and both in the Cumberbatch movie and the stories alike, who actually uh, told Holmes that she admires him, and that's something's not right. But still, they prove that even though they want to pay homage to Robert Downey Jr. depiction of Holmes, they still get what Holmes is all about. And there is a connection between this game, The Devil's Daughter. You can imagine who's the devil to the previous games. Yeah, he's not. So the thing is that Sherlock Holmes is not gay by the original premise. He's I think that Arthur Conan Doyle didn't want to explore this further because it wasn't a gentleman's thing in the late 1800s to do so. And even if he was let's leave it at that. Yeah, that was the idea. So, but Brett, as a bisexual person, as an actor, he felt something in Holmes, and I believe everybody feels this in Holmes, because Holmes is weird. That there is something about Holmes that's not quite straight. And the first was the supposition that Holmes lives with Watson, so they're probably both gay. But it's even if it's not the case, even if they are not just having sexual relations there's still this misogynistic overlook on women that Holmes has. This is cultural thing, but maybe not only cultural thing. Maybe it's something deeply rooted in his sexuality, for example, his specific sexuality. There is this addiction plus this emotional bursts that he has, and those types of emotional bursts are quite characteristic for people not only gay or straight, but for people who had some sexual related problems. So actually there is some premise to suspect some things about Holmes, and Brett felt that this is a good way to put the bisexuality into Holmes. Also, Brett had done something else for the Sherlock Holmes in his depiction. Sherlock Holmes smokes, right? And everybody knows that Sherlock Holmes is a nicotine addict. But Jeremy Brett's Holmes not only is a nicotine addict, but also is an expert on nicotine. So he's smoking cigars and pipes and knows everything about them. The thing is that Jeremy Brett himself was an expert on nicotine, and he actually died because of the nicotine poisoning. So that's how real can you get into, like, everybody's laughing at Christian Bale because he got thin to play the mechanic, right? And actually Brett put whatever he could into Holmes, yeah. So this is how it goes. Still a great Holmes game, even though I might personally not like Robert Downey Jr. And Jude Law performance. This is a good game still. So we're done with the Sherlock Holmes for the moment. There's an upcoming Sherlock Holmes game within the next month. So keep your eyes open. But there are many more on the list. So the next one is The Longest Journey in the Dreamfall series. Again, not by default, by design, it's not a detective game. But there is this clashing of the worlds there that requires feeling of and exploring the premises even further. And there are parts of the game in which you do really need to do the detective's work. So, for example, one of those examples is basically in the first game, in the Longest Journey, April lives in a student house of sorts, and in the Dreamfall, you get to explore this place years later as a sort of a detective work. So both April Ryan and Zoe Castillo are actually doing a lot of detective work, trying to solve things and understand both worlds. So this is clashing of the worlds. There is a world called Arcadia, which is this fantasy world with magical creatures and whatnot, and there is a world called Stark, which is our world, but it's science fiction version in the future of our world. So there is, like, in Arcadia you've got talking crows and wizards. In Stark you've got Warsaw district of Europolis and flying cars. So, and there is this virtual reality thing that combines with the plot. So there is also this mystery that both April and Zoe and also other two protagonists that are added from the Dreamfall all onward. So Kion Alvane, the Inquisitor, and one last was actually Saga, very interesting person, very interesting character. So you need to understand what those people are all about, and you need to like find their place in this reality, and also save the world, and that requires a lot of sleuthing. So you'll probably be quite, if you never played it, you should, and you'll be quite liking it. By the way, this is a game that was created in the mind of the guy who created the Secret World, so it shares a very similar things with Secret World as a lore and things happening in Dreamfall. So there is a lot of similarities. I mean, I, mostly, one could say that there are happening the same reality, really, to some extent. So there is also some retro things there on the list that weren't discussed before. Jackal is a Polish game, actually. And it was well known because it had a noir climate of the detective, like the war veteran detective with alcohol problem, who actually investigates the murder mystery in the America, I think even Chicago 20s. And this actually was absolutely interesting detective story, so very well based in this premise of America interwar period, but had a lot of problems. Uh, yeah, totally forgot about this game. Had it on CD when it came out. Yeah, so there is this game had a lot of problems. So actually, it had a lot of unwinnable situations. You could use the object on some hotspot in the scene, lose that object because of some interaction. So you could like give an apple to the person that you shouldn't give apple to, and then you needed apple for something later on, and that produced an unwinnable situation that you could only load the save if you had the save or restart the game. So it was a chore, but it was really interesting. You had very cool animations, really, and everything was like, and the music was cool. Actually, the music for that game was composed by Harold Faltermeyer, and that's the guy who composed the music for the Beverly Hills Cop. You know, yeah. So that's the same composer. So that's like the thing. And there's just like, this jazz saxophone. Of course, saxophone is the newer detective story musical instrument. So there is a lot of that in this game. Still worth playing if you were like craving for detective 20th story. So yeah, so like I said before, the only MMO that you're going to find on this list is Secret World. The Secret World is it has earned its place rightfully on this list because this MMO is the only MMO ever that has das habe ich ausgespielt. I think I understand, but then others might have problems. The only MMO deserving to be analyzed as an adventure game. So Ragnar Thornquist creation, like a Dreamfall, designed mostly as a single player experience. That's actually interesting because this is a MMO, and that MMO had a lot of problems. It was actually released in 2012. Then it had some problems with people. Oh, hello, Murifex. Glad to have you. So it had a trouble development. Then they redefined the game a little bit, released it as a Secret World Legends. And the thing about the Secret World is that it is an MMO. You're going to play with other people, but it has after the remake, it doesn't have any PvP elements. The group elements, apart from the dungeons, which are magnificent, is so the raids and so on are non-existent or very limited, and kind of laggy, which is the problem, the biggest problem probably. But as a single player game with some multiplayer grouping for dungeons, because there are heavily story-based dungeons, it's a absolutely must-play experience for a not a problem. Like I said, I kind of understand German. I don't speak German. I understand it because this is a lot of, like, Poland and Germany. We've got a lot of common history, and we kind of learn German by like necessity of sorts. And this is an MMO, and let me explain to you. Let's get back on the subject. So you've got, as you can see on the screen, you've got a lot of players involving in actually. Oh, thank you. I wish my Japanese was good as well. So like I need to show you that because I started doing this again. I got back on track actually. So. Started relearning this thing, and hopefully it's going to be a fun ride for me again. So that's the thing. But getting back to the subject. So how can you... Oh, thanks. How can you play the adventure game in an MMO setting? One would ask. So the quests in this game are absolutely memorable. They require item usages. They require using items on hotspots. They require solving logical puzzles. They require looking into documents, reading documents. And there's almost never a quest marker showing you how to solve it. There is an area marker often. So, for example, there is, of course, this is probably immediately obvious that this is also a Lovecraftian setting. So there is this place, and the quest says, for example, that you need to explore the city or town hall archives, and it marks your quest area as a town hall and says nothing about else and what you need to do. And you enter this town hall, and then you find out that there is some locked place that you need to open, but you need to have a code to open this place. And the game kind of hints you that probably the answer about what is the code is somewhere around. And of course, in this particular quest, the answer lies within the paintings that are on the walls. You need to observe the dates on the paintings and tie it together, and then you can open the place. Another example which absolutely killed me when I played this game for the very first time, and when I was like exploring the first location in the game, the first big area, shooting zombies, and because this is kind of let me get to it in a moment, but this is several horror premises. So there is a zombie apocalypse in the first location, and this zombie apocalypse connects to the Lovecraftian horror and connects to the Egyptian mummies, because in the second location you're going to Egypt. The first is Solomon Island, so it gets all the Stephen King horror stories, all Lovecraft stories together. And this American Indian, my house was built on the Indian cemetery feeling. So for the poltergeist movies, it's all in there. In the second area, you go to Egypt. In Egypt, you're again solving the whatever is to be solved. Then the third area, you go to Transylvania, so you can imagine vampires and stuff. And not only vampires, but also Soviet experiments on humans. That's up. And I know that it sounds weird, but it really works together. It's so brilliantly written. I mean, this is created by the guy who created Dreamfall and The Longest Journey. And it shows. Ragnar had created an absolutely magnificent plotline. There's every NPC that you meet has a memorable things to say. This is like, you know, this Twin Peaks feeling when you meet some weird person, like a weird policeman, and this weird policeman starts talking to you about his cats, and then you are, what the hell? Where am I? Why those people are so weird? And the premise is that there are three factions within the game. And of course, I'm not going to tell you what's the solution and what's the very big secret about all this, because I strongly, if you will ever find yourself needing for an MMO-like experience within an adventure-ish game with very memorable puzzles, then you need to play this. But there are three factions. There are Templars, obviously Knight Templars, based in London. There are Illuminati in New York, and there are the Dragon, who are based in Seoul. And these factions are totally different. They have completely different storylines. Of course, the main storyline is the same, but there are some quests and quest branchings that are only for a specific faction. So, and let me tell you, those quests are really, really creepy at times. So, let me tell you about one of those quests that actually, killed me when I played this game. So, in the very first town, the town of Kingsmouth, you get to find an information about the murderer who killed children in the 80s. And to do that, you're hacking into police computers and finding stuff using the in-game browser. So the game, under the key B, it has a built browser in which you can open Google and Google things in-game, which is crucial for finding secrets. And there are some things that you need to do outside of the games, outside of this game to solve things in this game. So the game, for example, tells you, it's not a good example, but the game uses a Morse code to send you a message. And obviously, if you don't know Morse code, you cannot translate it in game. You need to use something. So people in this game were recording the message in game and trying to use it in web translator of Morse code to get the message. So these are the secrets and puzzle solutions in this game. But let me get back to this serial killer case. And I knew that the serial killer hung himself in the police cell in this Kingsmouth police department. And the problem was that this cell was closed and the policeman didn't want to open it for me in game. And the thing about the main character and the main hero is that your character is immortal. That's how they explain the fact that you're respawning. So you're shedding your body, you're becoming a soul in a spirit realm, and then you can get back to the body as a godlike creature, like a hyper wizard or something. And this is explained by the world, that you're one of the servants of the Gaia, of the spirit of Earth, and the Earth doesn't let you die because you need to help it. And that's how they explained it. But this introduces an ability of doing things where you're a ghost. So I was walking through the streets of Kingsmouth and I didn't know what to do with that quest. And then I understood one of the hints within the game that the game was giving me. The game was saying something like, no living person could do something. So I killed myself in the game. And I went to the places I visited previously as a spirit, and that's how I solved this case. Because for a spirit, it was possible to enter to that cell. And I found clues in that cell as a spirit, in the spirit realm. So that's and game was not saying anything but no living person can do this. And that's it. You needed to figure out that it means that you need to kill yourself or die. or something. And as you can see on the screen, there are puzzles like you need to decipher Arabic. There are puzzles that require learning specific magical patterns and using them to open portals. There are puzzles requiring very careful investigation of documents and understanding those documents so you could use this knowledge later on. And this is a hell of a ride. The problem with this game is that apparently because of some financial issues they are not producing any more content, so the game is there in this hiatus with an update that was, I think the last update was 3 years ago. It's in a worse state than Star Wars The Old Republic even, so people are like very sad that it kind of died, but it's still available. It's free to play, and I definitely, of course, there's, as with all free to play games, there is some level of limitation there that is probably financially overridden. But I think it's completely playable with this basic for free with these basic features. So, and then the story is brilliant, the world exploration is brilliant, and this is the only MMO adventure game ever created, definitely, and deserves to be on that list. Let's get forward. So Grey Matter is the next one, and the Grey Matter is the creation of Jane Jensen, so the writer who created the Gabriel Knight. And this story features a young magician. She's actually, the story is kind of weird. It requires a lot of investigation elements around the mansion belonging to our employer, and there is also somewhat secret initiation ritual for magicians there, and she kind of needs to explore both cases. And it was very pleasant, like a very well written story, a cool protagonist, likable character, memorable moments. So if you liked Gabriel Knight, you'll like Grey Matter. That's simple. But even better game was Cognition, the Erika Reed thriller, which it's very Gabriel Knight-like. So if you like Gabriel Knight, you'll like this one definitely. And it's about, of course, searching for serial killer who's on the loose. A detective. She's a detective. She's got some sort of PTSD because of her previous encounters with this killer and stuff around. And the premise and the main mechanics of this game is that she acquires an paranormal skills. So the game is named Cognition because she's starting to know how to use precognition and postcognition, so she can see things that happened in the future, will happen in the future, and happen in the past, and so on. So by touching those objects and her becoming a detective, she kind of finds and tries to find a serial killer, and there's a lot of other murders in game. Very dark one, and it was very pleasant. I mean, I've had very much fun with this game because, again, it reminded me of Gabriel Knight a lot. Okay, so there's a German developer everybody probably knows who's into adventure games, and I mean Daedalic Entertainment. The Daedalic Entertainment is famous for things like this one and of course Deponia and other games that we mentioned before. But Edna and Harvey deserves to be on that list because this is not a sleuthing game, not a detective game, but a game about exploration of something that's very hard to explore. I mean, the human psyche. And it's, of course, toonish. It has this toonish representation, animation like cartoon-like characters. But it shouldn't fool you because it's a very, very serious game. It shows scenes that could be disturbing if not painted pink, as you can see in the second game. protagonist of the second game, so the Lily character, she's innocent and she decides not to see the bad things in the world. So that's her like psychological quirk, and that shapes things and how she perceives the reality. That there is a deeper truth to all this, and if you play the very first game, which is Edna, the girl with the white asylum gown, and also in the second game wearing black, then you know that she's actually her journey holds a deeper truth to it, and it's not only just a funny story about funny characters. By playing it, you start realizing that there is something happening there more, and it's not paranormal. It's just about human mental health. And by playing the first game and understanding what's happening and discovering the secrets of Edna, you know that the second game will also have the similar hidden aspect to it. And then you start to explore this hidden aspect very carefully and more consciously. So both are deserving to be on that list because of this exploration factor. Again, I compare it to Sanitarium because this is very much the same level of mystery, although this is more cartoonish, right? Sorry, LA Noire. Everybody probably remembers this game because this is actually the game that has a lot of memes and made so this meme on the right that you can see with the doubt and our Cole Phelps showing this emotion of doubt. But this game was memorable for two reasons. The very first reason is the fact that those facial expressions were very good, so they actually did a facial animation motion capture on this game, and therefore they are so real, right? Even to this day. And the second is that the investigation cases in this game, were taken from the real police cases of the 40s in the LA area. So you've got arson cases, murder cases, thievery cases, assault cases, and so on. And then you can solve all of those as a detective Cole Phelps. Also, there is a Black Dahlia murder there as one. And of course, it requires not only a careful search through scenes, but also a investigation and I mean the investigating suspects and talking to suspects and talking to people. Of course, there is also a plotline, a very noir plotline in the background. So the background of the detective Phelps and his comrades from the troops during the Second World War, because Cole Phelps is one of those noir ex-military men. So that's what you're going to learn. And of course it's based on the Grand Theft Auto engine, so there is also this car driving element to it. I didn't like it, and of course everybody who saw me playing this game during this car driving moments laughed their asses off, because I'm so bad driver in games that actually it's quite hilarious to watch me playing those car moments in games. But nonetheless, it's one of the best positions and the most accessible positions for the people to play sleuthing games, because it's kind of fresh still. So and controls are well understood and there's no challenge. But one of the best sleuthing games on the list is the triad of Postmortem, Still Life 1 and 2. Especially Still Life 1. So let me tell you a story. People are actually... we can divide people to many different groups, but one of those binary divisions that we can make are gamers and non-gamers, right? So if you're a gamer, it's not going to be a difficult thing to convince you to play a game, because you know what you're searching for and you know what games are, and that's it. But non-gamers are sometimes very like critically looking at games, especially they were so like 15 years ago, and that's when this game is actually exactly. That's what Sakura no Hime says, that even my mom played this 3. So actually, these games have some humongous appeal to the non-gamers. And back then, 15 years ago, uh, me and my ex-girlfriend, long time forgotten, so to speak, uh, we were going to a party, and you know how it goes. Sometimes it is that I was ready before, actually, because I'm a man and I didn't need much to do. I would just put my shirt on, put my shoes on, sprinkle some perfume on me, and that's it. And she needed some more time to actually prepare herself. So while she was in the bathroom, I said to her, you know what? While you're there and preparing yourself, I'm just going to play this game a little, right? And I started this game, and it was around, I don't know, noon, Saturday, Saturday midday or something. And actually, we finished that game, the very same game, on 2 or 3 in the morning. We're ready to go outside to some party. We never left the apartment. We just completed that game. And that should tell you how awesome this game is, because it hooked us immediately and didn't let us go. And since Postmortem has a different presentation, because it's like Gus McPherson's story taking in Paris. He's a painter and he tries to find a serial killer with this mist-like presentation. The still life introduces, the third person Sokal, because it's Sokal's game presentation. And Still Life 2 appeared just right after the first Saw movie was made. So Still Life 2 has this weird Saw-like elements when some people are locked in by some psycho somewhere, right? So the best one is Still Life 1, definitely, but actually that's absolutely marvelous game. I loved it, and I know that I've managed to convince some people over 2020 to play it. And they are like confirming that it was great. And some people that said that Victoria, the protagonist of the first game, is the best waifu ever. So that's what they feel. And you mentioned Black Mirror, right? Good gut feeling, I must say, because that's the next slide. And actually, again, this game has to be on the list. It has to, because the very first, yeah, that's great. That's great. I mean, I admire your gut feeling. This is exactly my way of thinking as well. So this is actually a very good example of a very well made game, because it has its original feeling to it. So in the very first game, you play as a Samuel Gordon, the heir to the British nobility, who is being called to his lordly manor in the 80s, just to see that his uncle's being murdered. So he arrives after his uncle was being murdered, and he wants to solve the crime of why the uncle was murdered. And then you go to, so this is the screen to the bottom left is from the first game. So you go to explore the castle, the sinister mystery about the castle and its surroundings, and the horrible murdering demonic element that takes place around, with all this weird British nobility theme in the background. So there are like weird discussions, weird accents to it. And in the next games, so the fourth game is different, because the fourth is kind of a remake of the first one, and not a very good remake, that is. So I still like the very first Black Mirror better, but the second and the third actually are about heir of the protagonist of the first game, who explores the same castle. I mean, first he starts in the Canada or US, I don't remember really, and he moves to England to like explore this family curse that's happening. And I mean, it was a very, yeah, due to some reasons we don't mention here, we don't want to spoil things, but definitely if you are into those kinds of games, this is a must play, because but you need to brace yourself, because it doesn't mean that your character is going to be likable. I mean that Samuel is the British noble with very weird British noble quirks, and this and the second protagonist is like a misguided, a little bit, hurt by life and life circumstances person. So you can absolutely have this feeling of being torn between likables and non-likables there. But definitely it has to be played. Uh, Again, another game from the Dalek. So A New Beginning is a very different game because it's not a detective noir game, but a eco thriller. So eco thriller means you play a scientist who gets visited by a girl who claims that she came from a future, and she knows that he's the last hope of humankind to save Earth from absolutely horrible fate. And one of those options of horrible fate can be seen on the screen right now. So this is a Golden Gate Bridge completely devastated. So and the main question that game asks the player is she talking? Is she telling the truth, or is she making this up? What's her agenda? And I believe that's the main mystery here, whether a player and a character believes her or not. No worries. Like again, I kind of understand. It's like a lot of things that I get, but so don't worry. Let's assume something there. It's not a problem because we sometimes also on my group we sometimes are using Polish just because people are like thinking that they are talking only to me, which is not a problem really, but I kind of always feel weird for those people who are not using Polish and they don't use Polish, that this is kind of excluding. So I'm not really, I don't have any problems with it as long as you guys don't have problems with it. Now you did SCH at the end. So that's that's it. Yeah, so that's about languages. So you think in one language and write using the other, and that's why I'm making a lot of mistakes as well while speaking English because I'm still thinking in Polish. So that's a problem. But then the question and the main thought about this one is actually the question whether you believe that girl or not, and you need to find out, right? So there's a lot of investigation on biology field and about her background and so on. Okay. Mysteries. So finally we reached Agatha Christie's. ABC Murders. It's the first Agatha Christie on my list because it was fairly fresh. And I must say that if you watch the TV show Hercule Poirot and you know Hercule Poirot and Hastings depictions, and you loved it, you're going to love this one too. The mechanics between Hastings and Poirot are saved in this game. It's based on a well-known story of Agatha Christie. There are of course changes and differences, so you can expect some different things to happen. Puzzles are interesting. Shading was really nice. So this is this cartoonish feel that you can see on the screen that the 3D shaded. And yeah, so if you're a Agatha Christie fan, then definitely go play it. I cannot say anything bad about this. This is somebody that actually at least read the novels and watched the shows, made that game, and wanted actually to get the same feeling into the game, and they managed to do this. So But that's not the only game about Agatha Christie stuff on the list. So there is also a Murder in Orient Express, and it's different because normally it's Hercule who tries to solve the case, but in this case we've got a female protagonist point of view, and she's one of the passengers of the Orient Express. She meets Hercule, she consults him, but it's in this particular game it's her case rather than Hercule Poirot case, and that makes it very interesting because some events will unravel differently than in the main and the original story, which makes it very playable even for people who know exactly what happened and what they should look for, especially because this one is particularly, yeah. Yeah, there is it. There is a game. I think that I have this game in one of those weird box, the games from the basket adventure games collections. So like 3 CDs with 3 different games on it. So I haven't even bought it as a single game. I bought it as a like compilation of something. So at least I don't know. Really, I don't know if it's on Steam because when I played, I had just a CVD version bought in the mall or some such place. I mean, I literally pull it out of the basket filled with games, the cheap games of sorts. And I don't understand why those games are so cheap sometimes because this is a really good game. I mean, I liked it. I'm a fan. So that's it. But definitely worth playing, worth looking into if you're a fan. But there is even better one as a game. I mean, Agatha Christie's and There Was None. So the 10 Sailors story, if you know that one. So again, the game is very good. The sleuthing and puzzles are very, very good. I mean, very good. If you know the book, expect changes because they all again wanted to make an original plot twist rather than if you even know who's the killer, expect something different. And they made it really good. In a really good way. They connected the dots somewhat differently, and it was a really fun time. I really liked it. Of course, the main theme of the story is that there are several people, like 10 people in the mansion, and then slowly they're being eliminated from the puzzle, killed by somebody. And of course, there is a reason why they are being killed, and everything feels sinister because who the hell plots the killing, like the serial killing like that, and why? So definitely put it on your list if you're an Agatha Christie fan. This one is not an Agatha Christie's game, The Last Express, but it has this feeling of Orient Express and so we've discussed this Titanic game before when you are the government agent doing some sleuthing and okay. I'm just this Titanic game. This one is actually about another agent. I mean, making espionage in Orient Express, filled with officials from different pre-First World War cases countries. So there are Prussian officials, Russian officials, French, Belgian, Turkish, and whatnot. And there is, of course, the Express is going from Paris to Istanbul. So then you need to solve the case of what's happening, both politically and what's the main plot of this game, which knowing that your protagonist doesn't enter the train normally, he enters it through the window while the train is running from riding motorcycle. So he's like an unexpected guest on the train, so he needs to learn stuff. And actually this is a very cool story about how the First World War actually started. And of course it has some special elements, so to speak, but its presentation was great and it was really cool to see and play it. But it's a very important thing about this game. This is a real-time game. So everything you do during a section of the travel is done in real time. So if you decided that you're going to talk to these two ladies, two French ladies that are passing next to you, by the way, they are assuming that our protagonist doesn't know French, but he understands perfectly what they are saying. So they are actually saying some things about him, and if you decided to talk to them, you might miss some other conversation in the other part of the carriage or other part of the train with somebody far more important than them. So, the real-time aspect again makes it very interesting and replayable. And actually, if you're not playing with a walkthrough, you might expect to fail on the first playthrough. So that's how this design was made. By the way, this game looks like it's like brilliantly animated, but it's not. It has the stills like a very low framed movement, so this is like it's like a slideshow, more like an animation than like an animation, right? So these ladies like pass next to you in 4 frames maybe, so there are 4 pictures rather than a smooth animation. So be mindful of that. If you expect the animation and smooth animation, you might be like pushed away from that game because it doesn't have it. Again, the Raven is on the list because definitely the protagonist of this game is a sleuthing game. That's the first thing, but the protagonist reminded me immediately of Hercule Poirot. So actually, that's where like they immediately connected this game visually to the Agatha Christie stories. But this is actually a detective story about a master thief, and I agree the funny ending it has. Definitely it has a funny ending, and definitely for me it wasn't even an expected one. So I was quite amazed how it unraveled, at least from the 2/3 parts of the game. So there's the one plot twist and there's a second plot twist, and I really liked how it played. Yeah. So Anton Jakob Sellner is our protagonist here. As you can see, he's a Hercule Poirot reminding guy that starts his investigation in the train, which should be familiar to you by now. So, yes. I mean, this is not probably the top of the list game, but definitely worth playing. But this one is definitely on the top of the list. So, about The Last Door. The Last Door is called the love letter to Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe. The criticism about this game is that there is more Poe-ish elements to it than Lovecraftish. So there is less horror, more poetic like stuff, but don't be fooled. It is still a horror game, and it can startle you in many places, like a real creepy horror. It's a pixel art, and that's the power of this horror story, because you get to imagine things that are not clearly depicted by its graphics. I can't tell you, if you haven't played this one, I can tell you how creepy it is to walk on the wooden floor in this forbidden mansion in the first chapter. Also, this is a game that I backed originally when there were around 380 backers only. This is made by is a love project of the Spanish indie developers who were actually, when they're developing the game, you're financially struggling. So actually, half of the team disbanded to search for another job while doing this game. So I actually was like throwing the money that they asked at them, and I was like, just give me more, please give me more. And still, it remains one of the Lovecraftian mystery games with this creepy feeling of course, it has 2 seasons. In the first season, there is a different protagonist than in the second season, so you can imagine what happens to the first season protagonist. Actually, the protagonist from the second season tries to find the protagonist from the first season, and that's how they connect. And it's absolutely marvelous. Music composed by Carlos Viola is absolutely kicking ass on this one. And for the Lovecraft fans and for the people who love Edgar Allan Poe stories, this is a no-brainer. It has to be played. And I think it was free, and it is free right now. I'm not sure. Back then when I played it for the first time, it was for backers, and then it was released for free after some time. Right now, I'm not sure. There's probably some maybe some gratification option. It was on Steam, definitely. Okay, so I'm not done with Lovecraftian games, okay? Because there is more, and Lovecraftian games with detective element are absolutely a must play, all of them. So, I'm not sure how many of you remember or played Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of Earth, because 10 euro. So this is actually like a bargain. That's probably there's some extras to it. Go take it. I mean, if you value the good creepy climate and thing, then you need to have it. You need to play it. But this Dark Corners of Earth thing, it's another game that everybody who played it when it was fresh remembers to this very day, and you can find people praising it for its depiction of Innsmouth and yes, both seasons. You need to play both seasons. Yeah. Definitely, you need to play both seasons. The season 1 doesn't have any conclusion. The season 2 has the conclusion to all the story. So if you completed the season 1, you will be left with the cliffhanger, and that's why you need to get both. So, but about the Dark Corners of Earth, this game is about. It does something marvel. Its mechanics, it gets a lot of criticism as well as a lot of praise, because it's clunky at place. The combat gunplay is stupid because you get gun at one point in the game. Stealth elements, which are also present in the games, are also clunky and problematic. AI is sometimes stupid, but it's not what this game is all about. This game is about being creeped as hell for the very length of this game, except for places which are completely unnecessary. I mean, if you know who Dagon is from the Lovecraftian mythos, I must tell you that at one place in this game you're going to face Dagon and, shoot Dagon. I mean, not shoot him dead, but you need to shoot at him. And that's stupid, because Lovecraftian mythos never should ever try to make you harm those evil creatures, those ungodly creatures, because they are not killable. They are immortal. They are so better than you. They should be. This game made that mistake, but this game made so much good job, so many good job around other places, that you cannot overstate it. So it's deeply rooted in the Lovecraftian mythos. It has a connection to the beings like the old race of Yith, if you remember Yithians from Lovecraftian climate. It has deep ones. It has those creepy denizens of Innsmouth. There is a Gilman's Hotel. If you read the stories, then you know who Gilman is and what's happening in that hotel. And the Gilman Hotel escape from that game is one of the most memorable moments from that game. And then you get to the very capital of deep ones in this game, which is Yantalay under the Devil's Reef in the coast of Atlantic. So there's a lot of stuff you need to explore. There's a mental health gauge and mechanic in that game. But as one of my favorite YouTubers, Never Snows Best, said, that this mechanics can be observed by blurring the character's eyesight. And as he said, when your eyesight is blurring, it's not a mental problem, it's rather the indication that you need glasses. So there's some quirks in that game, but definitely there are characters from the story that you'll meet. There are places that you're going to explore. There are places that you're going to scare the shit out of you, and that's absolutely great. And also, Jack Walters, you are a detective, so the detective in a Cthulhu game equals the detective is probably doomed, but is going to unravel a lot of cool stuff on the way. So that's what it is. Definitely. Another Lovecraftian game, a very fresh one, criticized over the last year, coming from the Sherlock Holmes creators, so Frogwares. So there is a lot of investigation elements to it from the Sherlock Holmes games, at least to the point that they could include it in this game. So another ex-military man on the investigation of his weird dreams and stuff goes to the sinking city of Oakmont, in which he is about to unravel the hard truth, and the climate of the game is absolutely marvelous. The theme is great. The secrets are cool. The only problem is that this game is a survival game about gathering a lot of components. So there is a lot of this scavenging stuff, which is absolutely breaking the mood of the game. There is a lot of traveling by boat, which is clunky. The boats are stuck in places, and it's just annoying, because you would rather teleport to some places rather than just swim by boat, if you could. But there are some NPCs that are quite unforgettable. There are weird places, weird stories, weird NPCs, weird locations, a lot of horror stuff. Our protagonist was in the Navy before, and he was actually a diver. So there are some diving sections in the game in which you explore the bottom of the ocean. So there are cultists, there are 20s, and weird town, and in-smooth villagers, and everything that you needed from the Lovecraftian story, with the nice graphics, but some problematic and tedious moments. So, but still, it was good that I played it. But in the very same year, so it was, I think, 2019 when I completed the Sinking City. Right immediately after completed the Sinking City, I delved into Call of Cthulhu game. So, and I liked it much better than the Sinking City. In my opinion, it's the best Cthulhu game up to date. It has this connection to this Daughter of the Serpents that I told you before about, which is actually about making some skills and assigning some skill points to the character's resume and his character sheet. So it changes some things. So the criticism about this game is that these skill points don't change really much, that they just change some interactions with objects. But I think it's good enough. So it's different when you're a great detective and you find different things and different descriptions, and it's different when you're like a Necronomicon knowing occultist who actually can recognize the Vermis Mysteries tome number 2 in translation by somebody. So you've got this flavor out of this game, and even though those roles lead through the same story or very similar story, you've got this mood set up. And again, cultists, weird case of the mansion, like there is a mental asylum in game. There is a painter, of course, creepy, crazy painter has to be there, and our detective who actually got the case of finding the daughter, which is actually a painter. So that's definitely a good one. So I told you that after the stream about the retro games and why they're best, I told you that there's a lot of games that are in the same way of presentation, so they are based on pixel art, like the game in the 90s, but are new. And one of the developers who makes such games is Wadjet Eye Games. And Wadjet Eye is famous for making games in this visuals, and which are very good. I mean, very good. And the first on the list should be the Blackwell, which is the 5 parts. The game consisting of 5 parts. They combine a whole story. So our protagonist, Rosa Blackwell, is finding her family legacy of sorts. And the legacy of her family is that she has a skill and ability to perceive ghosts. And one of such ghosts, the ghost of, as you can see on the pictures, of the detective, sleuthing detective with a fedora again, is stuck with her, and they're a duo who's to solve crimes in the not really solve crimes, but their goal is actually to help other souls to go to the afterlife. Those lingering spirits tied to the murder places and so on. So they're going together throughout the world and try to solve this and try to help those souls. So Rosa and Joey Malone go around this creepy and horror-like setting, very unsettling at times, talking to ghosts, solving things, using the knowledge that can be gained only by ghosts, exploring the computers and so on. So there's a lot of investigative element to the, and it's really cool till the very conclusion of the fifth game, which closes the story. So definitely, I'll definitely. This is something that I'll bet you'll have fun playing. So don't hesitate with this one at all. But there is more from What Jedi that actually does the same trick, even if not better. So yeah, definitely you need to play all of those Tossler. So you said that you still have the third part to finish. So the first Wadjet game I played was The Resonance, and it features 4 protagonists. You can interchange them at times, and you can. It's all about some science fiction like plot about a mysterious explosion and experiment. It has a lot of plot twists, not one but many of those, and they are it contains features very smart puzzles, and those puzzles very often require interaction between characters, specific characters. So you can take the girl and the police detective together, as you can see on the screen, and make them explore some place, and then you can return to this stadium and pick somebody else, and they have different skill sets, different ways of solving and approaching these problems. So actually it makes for an interesting story, and the story is about this explosion. There is a scientist who experiments with a particle entanglement and the resonance between particles that potentially can make teleportation possible, and so on. And there's an explosion that kills this scientist, and everybody on this picture is somehow tied to this event. For example, the guy with the red jacket is a newspaper, works for a newspaper. There's a detective. The blonde guy is actually the professor's assistant, and the girl is family of the late professor. So that's actually there's this plot revolving around this mysterious death in the laboratory. Great, very very cool game. Again, the Wadjet game that intersects with the Blackwell games, so you can actually meet Rosangela from the Blackwell games in this one, is Shiva. So this is a rabbinic murder mystery within the Jewish community. So the Jewish rabbi is exploring the murder case. He's a very cynical person, even for the life-worn rabbi. Very short game, actually, but very, very interesting. This detective with a cigarette on the screen that you can see is the character that you meet very often in the Blackwell series. So it's kind of natural that knowing that after Blackwell you'd test this one and play this one as well. Very nice actually, with some interesting resolution. So Jewish murder mysteries, how about that? And that's a very seldom subject, so for that alone it deserves some focus. And Wadjet doesn't end there. So Techno Babylon, one of my favorite Wadjet Eyes games, is actually a cyberpunkish game dystopia about some mysteries of biological genetic nature. It has a cool and a lot of representation elements. So there is a transgender representation in game, which actually it wasn't so long ago, but it was probably one of the first games that did that. So more and more, like there is more and more games that do that, but actually they're lost in time and lost in the river of games doing that. But this was probably one of the first, so that's like worth mentioning this. There is, of course, this lingering threat of over virtualization of everything. So you can see on the screenshot there, like virtual junkies in some very horrible place that are actually addicted to virtual reality. You've got police, very futuristic police. You've got terrorist organization. You've got a lot of taboo breaking in this game. So this taboo involves things like actually one of the most horrible moments in the game was for me learning that the very exclusive club for politicians and business people, actually uses tissue from their own bodies to clone themselves to eat their own bodies. So they are cloned for meat that they are eating. How how creepy and disturbing is that? And actually, this game has a lot of those components. So and also features an interesting terrorist and like genetic plot. So very interesting thing, and I very loved it, and probably one of the best cyberpunk themed games for me. Different developer, the best indie adventure game of the 2019, according to Adventure Gamers. A very good post-apo again, cyberpunkish investigation with a lot of technobabble, so this, tools and so on. It happens in a weird farming colony that's getting investigated for missing persons. You play as this blonde girl who's a detective with some AI tools and behavior scanning equipment and things like that, so she could investigate better. So she goes through this colony to understand people's motivation and unravel the truth. And it's also rooted in genetics a little bit and things around the technological cyberpunkish dystopia and AI and stuff like that. So it was really nice. It had nice pictures, nice pixel art, nice voiceovers, like thumbs up. I wasn't really amazed that it won the Indie Adventurers of the Year 2019 award. But the very best pixel art adventure I played in 2020 was actually Virtuaverse. I've stated this many times on the group on Facebook. So the Virtuaverse, another cyberpunk. I cannot explain you how much it means to me that this is a game made by people from the demos scene. So it's an insta-like from me because I was born in 1980, so I'm 40 years old, and the thing is that I remember how the 8-bit computers started to become 16 bits and what happened around this time. And there was a lot of young people that created a lot of cool content that was non-commercial but actually improved a lot of the market and development of graphic cards and so on. And absolutely, these guys always were the masters of coding. These were master programmers. Like, you remember all the 90s when everybody was shouting and everybody was so amazed by hackers and cracking and hacking and networking and things like that. Almost every movie had a hacker inside, and I wasn't amazed by hacks. Of course, it was a cool feat, and hacking was nice, and the power that comes with it, and with all those skill sets. But for me, the demo scene was always better because I know how the demo scene code looks like, and I'm a coder. I'm doing this for professional reasons, so I can appreciate somebody's beautiful code. I know that Tossler absolutely can see my point there, because I know that he's also a very, very careful code analyzer in life. So this game is marvelously done by the demo scene people. The protagonist actually. Uh, you I didn't understand what you're saying, Sakura, but you think about katakana there. Is that what you mean? But then, yeah. So the cyberpunkish look and feel, and everybody, yeah, Rabu Hoteru. Yeah. Um, actually, the world is cyberpunkish. It's created marvelously. The technology in which this game is made is great. I like the code of this game. I like the music of this game. They composed really brilliant music for this. I love this art style, and I love the plot. The plot is very simple. The guy wakes up in his apartment, and he finds out that his girlfriend left him a message and she left somewhere, and he wants to find her, and that's it. And that's how the cyberpunk quest starts, and it's really interesting. The conclusion was really cool, and made me thinking for a moment about the condition of humanity and such. I don't want to spoil too much. Definitely a nice investigation in the futuristic cyberpunkish world. And again, Cyberpunk 2077 was a letdown for me, because in this very same year I had things to compare it to, and this one is one of those things, and that's non-comparable. Let's go further. Another cyberpunkish things. Again, Wrestling's Club is a weird game about corporate AI exploitation, and being a bartender in a club and learning people's secrets. So it's not a detective game really, but it's really about speaking, talking to people and picking the correct dialogue choices. So it of course contains this part of the detective work, which is made of investigation, investigating people, asking them questions, and learning their insights. So it was a cool experience. Again, one of those dystopian cyberpunkish games played over 2 last years. So it was nice, really nice. Okay, Gemini Roo. Gemini Roo was something else. Again, that we don't change the theme here. It's again futuristic, dystopian, very cyberpunkish. And there's a guy, the detective, this guy to the left, who's sent to find a missing person. And you get to play as this missing person every second chapter of the game. And you learn that this missing person is in some sort of very horrible camp laboratory when they made experiments on him, and they're wiping his memory and doing stuff to his brain, and that's it. So like the very first one part of the game consists of the guy who's trying to find the guy from the second part of the game, who tries to survive in a very hostile and very unpleasant environment. And the game has really cool plot twists and conclusions. So, and of course, it contains the subject of slavery, human experimentation, all those dystopian, immoral things, very thrilling moments. So definitely go play this one. It can have a bit of a clunky interface, but you'll get used to it. Samaritan Paradox was absolutely worthy. Albeit I must say that it had some sensitive subjects inside. So, exploitation of minors, for example, sexual predatory, and things like that. Famous cryptologist in Sweden is being employed by the family to understand the last will of the late person. And he's about to meet that family and uncover their all dirty secrets and break a cipher. So that's what it is, a detective story about a buried secret from the past. And very interesting characters, because like cryptologist. It's not very like so far we've seen detectives and noir archetypes, and this guy is a cryptologist, and then you'll learn a lot about Swedish 80s and so on. So yeah. One of the better ones on the list, in my opinion, is Cathy Rain. Cathy Rain is another one, Gabriel Knightish feel like game with marvelous pixel art. I mean, if you played Gabriel Knight, then you definitely understand why this one is special. And Cathy comes to the place when she starts to see and witness some paranormal stuff, and there are missing people around, so she uses all her detective skills and such to unravel the plot. I can't say how I wish it to have a continuation. I'm waiting for Cathy Rain 2 very madly for several years now, and I can't wait enough. And I need it now. That's what I'm saying. Definitely, go play this one. If after Gabriel Knight and after you explored all the Gabriel Knight stuff, then this one probably should be the second Gabriel Knightish game on your list. So before the Erika Reed thrillers and so on, the Cathy Rain should be next. Okay, so another game that inspired me heavily for my game dev stuff. So the trilogy of Devil came through here. So Cat Lady, Downfall, and Lorelei. Again, for me it's a masterpiece, and I think not only for me. The storytelling and the dark setting, exploration of human psyche, horror, and paranormal element is unprecedented, I think. Also, as a fun fact, I must say I've spoken to the author of this game several times, and actually I was honored to get the screenshots from the development version of the game when nobody actually knew that there is going to be a third game. So I had some personal attachment to this as well. But this explore all: domestic violence, psychosis, human experimentation, sexual abuse, suicide, terminal disease. It's all in there, so be prepared and brace yourselves. But all about those games is about exploration and trying to understand what's happening, even if something is really very hard to understand or not based or not rooted in reality enough. There's something there that makes it possible to explore and understand and connect the dots again. So that's why it's on this list, because this is all about investigation. In the very first game, so the cat lady, it's not chronologically, by the way, it's not chronologically the first game. The first game chronologically is Downfall, but don't play Downfall as a first one. Play Cat Lady as a first one, then as a second one, Downfall Redux. There is the version of Downfall from 10 years ago, and there is a Downfall that was remade by Remigiusz Michalski later on. So Downfall Redux is the second one, and then there's Lorelei. So because the Downfall spoils a lot of things for Cat Lady, I think. So there are a lot of things, but actually in the very first game you need to understand who are you supposed to find, so that makes you investigate a lot. Not only scenes and surroundings, but also people, and asking them questions. So that makes it. It's still a horror game mostly, but it has to be here. It has to be. Oxenfree, again, not per se an investigative game. It's a teenage drama with a paranormal mystery, but this mystery is there. So one thing is that you want to solve this paranormal kind of mystery. The other thing is that you want to unravel any entanglement that happens between the protagonists, so our teenage characters. And I mean, this is a teenage drama. I'm not sure if that's my connection or yours. I don't really know that. So hopefully, mm, I don't know. Um, but still, it was nice to play this. It was several hours long, so not that long. Yeah, that's a very important question. If everything's okay with that connection now, because it might be something on my end then. I hopefully it's not something on my end, but I never know. Hmm. Okay, so let me continue then. Consortium. Consortium is a game, a very special one. So this is a very ambitious project. It's going to be a second part of this game soon. I think it's in alpha or early access. It's marvelous and buggy, and it has an extremely great amount of bugs there. So it can be game breaking, but it's absolutely must play in my opinion because it's a real-time espionage murder mystery on a science fiction vessel. So like Enterprise like, although it's a very large airplane flying through stratosphere rather than a spaceship, but this is actually a science fiction vessel and belonging to an organization, and people on the vessel are named after the chess figures. So you've got rooks, you've got queens, and so on. And there is absolutely cool murder mystery terrorist related stuff in it, which can be solved very differently depending on what choices you make. There is somebody on the vessel that's actually your enemy and you need to find out who is that, and that's not easy actually. So, and there's a lot of dialogue options there, I mean real time. So then you might again miss some conversations because you focus on somebody else, or you might miss some events and so on. So that makes it very interesting, a murder mystery, because of this mind-boggling, ambitious, real-time stuff. Over a certain few years, there is more and more games that try to simulate the cell phone interaction or laptop interaction. So Simulacra was one of such games. It's a mobile phone investigation. So you can browse media, watch movies, watch Instagrams of sorts, which is named Chimera in this one, and by knowing those things, use the typing algorithm to solve what actually happens between our protagonists and why somebody died, and there is like a whole plot revolving about certain things. I don't want to tell you what about because it's going to be a spoiler. Maybe you're going to play this. But this is basically this. It like watching over somebody's cell phone and trying to communicate with people, typing to people, and so on. Investigation, basically, made by cell phone. The Lost Crown, absolutely one of my favorites regarding the horror genre. It's an investigation. It's a paranormal investigation. You're kind of a Ghostbuster person of sorts, because you're actually doing ghost hunt. It's an indie game. It has a cool representations. Um, Very clunky 3D graphics, but nonetheless, it was a cool horror story and very interesting plot twists. And then, so Jonathan Bowes, the guy who created this game, has a lot of other games in plans. Some of them were released on Steam as like holiday games, so holiday themed, but in the same setting. And there is a lot of games actually that he's planning, but he's again a single indie dev. So as a single person indie dev, it's very slow. It's a crawl to actually create games for him. But I kind of watch his steps, and I would like to play more. So this is actually worth it. So if you like horror stories based in Saxon old Anglia, then it's something for you. Oh, that's a Polish one, Vanishing of Ethan Carter. It's actually interesting fact about this game is that it features real places. So the bridge from the place, the church that you can see over there, and this building of the electrical dam are actually locations in the southern Poland. So they made and modeled this on the real places. And this is a walking simulator with some Lovecraftian elements as well, investigations and plot twists. But it's mostly about trying to understand, again, player is a protagonist, but not really, because you're named differently, of course, you're impersonating somebody. But the thing is that it's mostly about understanding why you're here and what you are about to discover. What's your investigation all about? And conclusion was interesting, really. And it took me like 4 hours to beat it. So it's short. It's a short one. And it's mostly a walking simulator, so that's really important. Another one created by Ragnar Tornquist, so the guy from The Longest Journey, Dreamfall, and Secret World MMO. Draugen. Draugen was actually interesting because it's about a guy who, with his female friend, they come to the Norwegian fjord in search for a missing sister of our protagonist. And they get to explore the location of that fjord village, learn the secrets of the denizens who are not there. This village seems deserted. There was a mine nearby and so on. And there's this paranormal thing there, there's a lot of mental health issues involved, there's a lot of plot twists, and mostly, again, this has this walking simulator vibe to it, but with a lot of object interaction and storytelling mostly, and voiced characters and interesting interactions between our protagonists, really. So to be honest, I wasn't expected this to be exactly like it occurred to be. I thought it would be something else, and but still, it was a cool experience. So not much to my expectations, but enough, good enough. But Firewatch is a totally different thing. So the Firewatch is a walking simulator with a very interesting plot and a meta plot. So it got me thinking for a week after finishing this game, and not most people are thinking about the human aspect and the feeling of loneliness and solitude and coping with terminal diseases and stuff like that. For me, it was mostly thinking about what are the motivations of certain characters that you get to communicate within this game. Because this valley, this mountain range that you observe in search for fires, holds several secrets. And those secrets are metaplots within metaplots within metaplots. So it was really, for me again, it was really pleasant to understand what's really happening. What are motivations? Why actually some persons like Delilah, the woman that our protagonist is talking to, she's in the other watchtower. Why is she even there? Why she stays in the valley? What? Doesn't she have anything better to do? So you've got several questions that you can wrap your mind around. So that's like there's a mystery and like detective work involved around that valley, but also there is a detective work involved in your side, in your brain, that you, even if you finish this game and you solved a lot of things that this game has to offer, the puzzles, the locations and so on, there's some still questions that you need to answer for yourself, and that was really interesting for me. Okay, Lovecraftian again. So Darkness Within 1 and 2, it's a Lovecraftian horror puzzle game, puzzle crawler, so like a Mist-like game again. Mostly document reading and using items and reacting to creepy moments, like the dark passages and someone knocking on at your door within the Lovecraftian setting and Lovecraftian premises. And therefore it's an investigative work, because then you like swipe and go through a lot of documentation, a lot of objects that you read actually. So Darkness Within 1 was better than 2, I guess. The Darkness Within 1 was like Mist-like point and click, and the Darkness Within 2 had a first-person camera with walking and stuff. It was kind of taking away from this game, I guess. Okay, Charnel Cast Trilogy again, consisting from Inhale, Sepulchre, and Exhale. Mystery game with a lot of paranormal feel to it. There's like embarking on this huge train that goes to the weird place. Voiceovered, by the way, by one of the characters is voiceovered by Jim Sterling, one of the game YouTubers. By the way, in Lorelei, before, one of the voiceovers is made by Young Yeah, another famous YouTuber. So actually, those indie devs that sometimes tend to employ famous YouTube celebrities to get the voiceovers, it seems. But this one was a really cool horror story, again, in the same way as Cat Lady and other horror games. It has the same mystery vibe to it. So the very weird travel on the weird train, and the titles are telling. So Inhale, Sepulchre, Exhale. Those are the chapter names. So yeah. It revolves around death, obviously. Yesterday and Yesterday Origins, it was made by the Pendulo Studios, a Spanish company famous for several adventure games. It has a lot of Highlander style, like a movie Highlander, paranormal elements with a murder and some plot in behind the scenes to it. By the way, I strongly encourage you to play Pendulo Studios games, because all adventure games that they created were really cool. But from the investigation-related games, this is probably the one that should be on the list. Although I don't value it very much, to be honest. But I know that people loved it, but it's not really my thing. That is like I completed it, but it was okay. That's it. It's different with To the Moon and Finding Paradise, though. So the games made with RPG Maker are a different part of story, and this was made by somebody who definitely knows how to tell a story. So To the Moon, you play as agents of the organization who actually goes visiting to terminal people dying out from the terminal diseases, or just dying because they're old, and realizing their wishes. The last wish is actually making them sort of experience the things that they wish to experience. Or in the To the Moon, our dying protagonist wants to. He always wanted to take his spouse to the moon, and like it's in a spacecraft, and he asks for our agency to simulate exactly that. But to do that, we need to learn about his life, about his person, about him throughout his lifetime. So we get to learn about this person. We learn why this dream even is there, why he has it. So this is the investigation element of this game. You need to learn the brain of that person. And the same is with Finding Paradise. It's about understanding the life stories of the people involved, and it's a tearjerker. Both of those games are tearjerkers. Of course, depending on one's sensitivity. But yeah, these games made a difference. They are memorable. Definitely go play it. To the Moon and Finding Paradise. Okay, the return of Obra Dinn. So this was especially important for me because currently I'm working still. This is about to change in several months, but I'm still working for a company that does exactly this also. So things like analysis. Yeah, there's a bird server lighter. Yeah, that's true. Uh, and I'm working with a company that actually certifies vessels and does the and did in the past examination of the vessels lost at sea and investigation of the state of the vessels. And that's how you are in this game. You're sent to the derelict ship, sent by a maritime risk company, and you need to investigate what actually happened to the ship. So and to its crew. And this is difficult investigation story because you need to identify people. As you can see, you've got skeletons there on the direct ship that you need to attach to name tags. You need to learn what and when happened. And to do that, you've got this ability to kind of listen to the part of the past with this watch kind of pocket watch thing that you have. You can listen to the part of the past and then you use those learned things from there to actually unravel the story. It was challenging. I mean, it took some time to guess everything. It was created by Lucas Pope, by the way, the same guy who created Papers, Please and other indie games. So very impressive, very interesting presentation, and very challenging sleuthing in game. So highly recommended, really. Her story again, one of the, like I mentioned, there are some games that based on watching movies or interacting with computers or cell phones. So this one is basically about watching the movies of a person who was spent some time questioned by the police, and you are not told why are you really watching those movies. She's supposed to be your mother, and you need to understand something. That's what you know when you're starting this adventure, and it's on you, totally on you, to understand, to be able to actually use the search engine to find specific movies and to connect the dots, what actually happened to your mother. And one of the English sportsmen, sports people, Viva Seifert, was actually playing the main role. um, a very cool game. Really, I had a really big pleasure playing this game. Again, very similar game was Contradiction. Cool actors, some cheesy acting as well, but some protagonists were really, and some actors played really cool. And it's about whether a girl from a local community and local company committed suicide or was murdered. And the detective, the Fedora guy, so everybody would know that he's a detective, comes there and starts questioning people, and all the logic is about actually contradicting statements. So the mechanics is that you need to find somebody's statement, and then if somebody says something otherwise or different, then you might want to join those elements. And if the contradiction is the result of this combination, then you can progress the story. And yeah, I liked it. I really did. So it's on Steam, of course. Again, from the same people that brought her story was the Telling Lies. Again, the very same idea. You're exploring the laptop, you're exploring the movies and search engine to find movies. Listen to those movies. You try to understand what really happened, and draw a conclusion out of it. It was far less interesting than her story, but still I had a good time, really. So worth looking at. And one of the latest, it's a social political thriller based in Germany and made by the German developer. So Jessica's investigation about the girl who committed suicide, and it's ordered by her father, and you get her laptop to investigate what she left on her laptop. And the themes of that game are very difficult, like neo-Nazis and extreme right movements and things like that. So there is some unpleasant content in it, some ideological clashes and things like that. So it can be very uncomfortable playing at some places. And again, this is another word search engine game. Then you just type the verbs and search for movies and watch the movies and try to connect the dots. It was cool. Of course, Fahrenheit, also known as Indigo Prophecy, and Heavy Rain from the same studio, and then you had the latest development, which was called the Detroit, like Detroit Become Human. I haven't played that one, but that's the same company again. Both games, I mean the Fahrenheit and Heavy Rain, there is a lot of investigation because in Fahrenheit you're searched by a police, so you're kind of reacting to the fact that you're being hunted. And in the Heavy Rain, your child gets kidnapped by a serial killer, so there is an investigation element to it because there is an FBI agent, private eye, and actually 4 characters that try to find out the kid and unravel who the serial killer is. So there's a plot twist. Like minimalistic game, of course, it's mostly based on the presentation and trying to simulate a movie with all the motion captures and so on, but less interaction and less brain work, so to speak. Nonetheless, it was cool to play it. But I wouldn't replay it. I'd say. But there is one that is very interesting on the list, which is Deadly Premonition. This game is actually a buggy mess with a setting like Twin Peaks, so very weird, with a weird protagonist, a very horrible interface, and but still, this game is an interactions with its characters and it's the investigation that happens, mini games and so on. It makes it interesting if you can forgive its weirdness and clunky controls, and the things that comes the hardest to forgive for me, which is not being able to save everywhere. Like in every Japanese game, you need to go somewhere sometimes to save, and Yakuza series is doing exactly that. When you need to save in the phone booths, and the same happens here when you need to actually plan your way through, and then you cannot see everything in the same playthrough, etc., etc. But still, it's a cool Twin Peaks like detective story. But don't touch the second game. The Deadly Premonition 2 is a mess, and it's not worth even looking at. But the first game might be interesting for you. Okay, Pathologic isn't really a investigation game again, but it's a mystery game, and you are a doctor that comes to the very weird place in search of his father, and this place is plague-ridden. There is a weird plague happening, and so a lot of weird paranormal stuff. And according to Ragnar Rocks, it's one of the best games ever made, and so definitely worth looking into. But mostly a survival scavenging games with weirdness and trying to unravel mystery about what's actually happening here, rather than detective stuff. And the same I can tell about the Void Detention, because it's from the same developer. Absolutely not a sleuthing game. But again, there is a mystery, and I cannot really even describe this one because, like, I used the words game poem once because it's not a game, really. There is a gameplay element when you need to like harvest this color and draw things with this color and different colors, and there are weird goddesses and weird gods of this world, so sisters and brothers. And the protagonist is dead, I can tell you that much. And I love several protagonists there for how they were made and what they were saying. But it's less of a game, more of an experience, but there is a mystery there embedded in everything. That's why I placed it on this list. And some screenshots from this game that this is very, very, like representation of this game is very erotic, but only when it comes to sisters, because the brothers are horrible, rather horror creatures. And there is like a aspect of relationships with those sisters and what it all means. I like leave you to explore if you're brave enough to actually dare to venture in this weird game. Okay, I specifically wanted to play these games before doing this stream. So Danganronpa 1 to 3. I managed to play Danganronpa 1 only. I still have 2 and the second and the third part on my list. And I must tell you that this is a marvelous detective sleuthing whodunit game with a lot of investigations, a very smart plot, who did what. There's a killing involved, of course, and this weird Monokuma character who's a very creepy bear who locks out protagonists within the school without windows, telling them that they can leave only when they start killing other pupils. So there is this psycho element to it, and of course it's not going to be without sacrifices, so people are dying and our protagonist starts investigating who actually kills and why, because there are rules, and if you kill somebody and you're not discovered, then it's a win situation for you. If you kill somebody but you're discovered, you'll get executed, and you cannot kill more than twice. So this is like, and survives only the last one alive. Yeah. So this is like there's a lot of premises, like creepy situations there, and that makes it very interesting what happens, and absolutely the moments when you actually solve and accuse people, these bullet moments when you actually shoot truth bullets at statements, is really cool. I really like the emotional feedback that this game has, and if the second and the third part are as good as the first one, then I'll have marvelous time. Definitely a must play for every sleuthing whodunit fan. Okay, Higurashi no Kokoro ni, the visual novel that spawned into the anime, and it's probably, as you know, it's a very gory game and a very gory anime, probably one of the most goriest animes on the market. And the same about the visual novel game. And what? The village, it's a small village. There are some weird murders that are taking place in that village. The rural Japan area. Basically, this village is based on the real village of Hinamizawa, Ogimachi village, and Shirakawa-go village. And our protagonist Keiichi Meibara moves into the village, and every stuff and all things start to happen. And I just learned today that Higurashi means cicada in Japanese, and I did not know what's the connection of cicadas as a bug, an insect, to the plot of this marvelous story, which has a lot of mysteries. Because let me tell you that those stories are full of murder, killing characters, and then there's the next story arc right after the first story arc that kinda respawns our characters and plays differently, with different focus on different characters, like the first arc never happened. And there you have multiple arcs when somebody gets brutally murdered, even more than one person. And then you've got next arcs that actually reset that and set up the premises for the next murder. And you need, as a player and as a watcher, to understand what's really being happening. So the connection of cicadas to the plot is the fact that cicadas are insects that actually spend most of their lifetime underground, and they get up from there only during summer. So the Japanese summers are full of cicadas, like doing a lot of noise. And Japanese person would say that cicadas are crying because right after this period they're going to die. So the cry of the cicadas in summer is a cry of death. And that's the connection of the title to the plotline. There is a lot of time-based investigation about murders that will end up with death. Yeah, they only live one day. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And actually, that's the thing, that the cicadas are crying, then dying, and then things repeat again and again. And the mystery of this game is that you need to understand what's really happening and why this is happening. And it's so brilliant. If you don't want to play the game, which is on Steam basically, you need to watch the anime, which should be on Netflix. But brace yourself, because you haven't seen that bloody thing for years or even ever for in some cases. So, excuse me for a moment, I'll be back in 1 minute, okay? Just a second. Right, sorry about that. Hopefully I've got... Yeah. I didn't break anything, hopefully, so I'm back. And so definitely there is a mystery, and if you'll solve this one, if you unravel this in your mind, and you'll be able to understand, if you're able to understand why this mystery is happening, then it's very, very rewarding. I must tell you that this is absolutely rewarding to learn this. And by the way, there's the second season of the anime, but you cannot watch this. It's not advertised as a second season, but you cannot watch this before watching or playing the original game, because it's full of spoilers. It's like for people who know the original plot and who learn the truth about this. Therefore, it has to be on this list. Black Closet, a Yuri game, so lesbian themed, with investigation elements. So the premise is very simple. You are a Japanese style school council leader who has minions under her command. And those are all. This is also only like female-only school, so these are only girls. And your task is to make sure that there's no scandals happening in the school, because otherwise you don't get any funding, and everything's on you. So actually, you need to use your minions to unravel plots, secrets, and deal with them. And there is, of course, a visual novel Yuri style, so some erotic content. What's interesting about this game is that one minion, which is randomized at start, is a traitor, and you never know which one of your minions wants to betray you, which makes things spicy. It was cool. It was really cool to play this. I mean, this is again not an investigation game, but there is this element of minion management and trying to unravel who's actually playing both sides. So it was cool. Okay, you probably noticed the music in the background. So the music in the background is actually from Persona 5. Um, these games and Shin Megami Tensei, especially from the Persona branch, have to be on that list because they are not only the games with the great presentation style, with the great music and cool RPG elements. They're not only the visual novels of sorts that allow a lot of interactions and players, like the character interactions and learning about this paranormal lore of this world. Again, I always say that the Persona games are games that fit easily into World of Darkness setting because of its paranormal elements. But there is a lot of investigation elements, especially in Persona 4, and then a lot of in Persona 3, less of that in Persona 5 because Persona 5 has a different thing to it. But Persona 4 is an actual murder investigation. Persona 3 has more of a suicide content in it. Persona 5 is Arsene Lupin themed mystery, so it's more about, being a master thief rather than investigating anything. But Persona 4 especially shines in there because there's a murder mystery, you're trying to solve it, you've got all these Persona interactions, you've got all those RPG paranormal elements to it. So it was hell of a ride when it comes to trying to investigate what's happening, who's actually doing stuff that is happening there. I'm afresh to the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona stuff, but actually this is a must play. I mean, the fourth game especially. The five is beautiful. The fifth one, the fourth is less, but the fourth is better overall. And you have Yusuke, yes, and you have Chie because Chie is the best girl in all Persona series. Prove me wrong. So that's the thing. There's a lot more visual novels than that. The Letter, created by Filipino game developer, it's a visual novel with paranormal horror, murder, and mystery. It has multiple protagonists, several jump scares. It has horror inside, but there is a a plot around a house, a family, and kind of the Ring Japanese movie vibe to it. So it was cool, absolutely cool. Then you have those character interactions and resolutions are based on relations with characters. So it has multiple endings. It was cool. I liked it, and it was nicely animated. So I like this one. Okay, I sorry about that. I really need to tell you that Yakuza are not those games. I mean the sleuthing and detective games, but it's mafia investigation. It's a mafia, so there is a criminal investigation around it always. There is one game based in the same world, which is Judgment, in which you are actually a detective. So actually this one is a detective game, but you cannot appreciate, I think so, you cannot appreciate Judgment without appreciating Yakuza. And oh gosh, if you like Trails, again, the only game that could fill the gap, the void that's left by waiting for another Trails game for me, was either Yakuza or Persona. And actually, that's the thing about those games. Absolutely memorable characters, funny moments, heartbreaking moments, and then of course trying to understand some things and investigate some things when you're Kiryu mostly, because Goro is simple-minded in many places, so if you know what I mean. magnificent world building. That's I cannot express enough that those games, open world games, are building huge empty worlds, while this Kamurocho district, which is actually Kabukicho, but made in game, is small but seems to be a lot bigger than the Assassin's Creed map. Okay, the Vampire the Masquerade games. I needed to put them on this list. They are so great for different reasons. But being a vampire in the World of Darkness premise is always about the investigation. You need to unravel things. You need to learn secrets of other vampires. You need to, work in the shadows. So this requires a lot of sleuthing, really, whether you want it or not. And both games, original, so the Redemption and Bloodlines, are doing exactly that. And so dialogue options, investigation, crawling elements, hacking into computers, trying to unravel secrets, using those secrets later on, learning about law and stuff. It's a part of these games, therefore it has to be on this list. We'll talk about this one more later, probably, because this game is one of the marks of what it makes modern game design memorable. But as for being a sleuthing game, I mean, first person crawling and finding items and using items in like a detective is a part of both of those games, really. And that's not only vampire games, not only World of Darkness games, because you know that there are visual novels which were developed lately. Actually, all those World of Darkness games, except the Bloodlines 2, which we are waiting for, were developed in Poland, by the way. So it seems that World of Darkness is a huge thing in Poland. I mean, I know it from myself and my own example, but seeing the dev scene, it proves it. So there is a like Heart of the Forest, there is Shadows of New York and Coteries of New York, and these are not sleuthing games, but these are mystery games. So again, for the reason said on Bloodlines, you need to spend some time to understand those characters, learn their secrets, and there's some interactivity in those games, how you achieve that. And the same can be told about Deus Ex, which is RPG, but because of this cyberpunkish abilities and being able to crouch and break and enter and like explore offices and read documents, it makes it also a investigation game. I mean, in Bloodlines, Cyberpunk, Deus Ex, and other games of that type, there's always some level of document reading and data mining and trying to connect the dots. So they have to be on that list, even though they are not basically focused on this element only. But there are games who are, and which are. So A Very Attorney is one such game. So the presentation, the specific presentation of the drawings of J.J. Granville, and trying to solve the mystery of the crime among the weird animals is very engaging. So definitely, if you like those games, like those visual novels with investigative elements, and play Danganronpa and other stuff, this is the game for you as well. So it needs to be on your list especially if you're keen of the specific art style it has. And the same thing is about Ace Attorney, because there's an anime show about this, and this is of course the court drama. But as all court dramas, they require knowing secrets and pointing out contradictions and investigating and understanding the crime, really. So in that manner, procurators or accusers work. is no different than a detective, and Ace Attorney proves that exactly as in other detective attorney-based TV shows. So remember Ace Attorney, and if you don't want to play the game, watch the anime maybe. And again, another game that is not an investigation game. Life is Strange is another teenage drama with paranormal elements, as you probably know. But there is, especially in the first game, there is a missing person case. So the Rachel Amber disappears, and when Rachel Amber disappears, Chloe, definitely Chloe Price mostly, but Max as well, want to find her. And finding Rachel is a major part of the first game. So apart from the paranormal element, so Max being able to turn back, like rewind time, you've got this case of Rachel. You get to explore the Rachel and Chloe interactions more in the spin-off Beyond the Storm, but the Beyond the Storm is just a teenage drama, and Life is Strange is also a investigation game because there is always this mystery about Rachel and Max's powers as well in there. Definitely, this is one of the games that I really very much like, and I'm playing everything from the Don't Not Entertainment really, just because of that game, because I kind of want to support them and I want more. Uh, there are different levels of quality to those games, but still I kind of I had much good time with those games. And that's exactly the case with Tell Me Why. Tell Me Why is like there was Life is Strange, there was Life is Strange Beyond the Storm, there's Life is Strange 2, which is mostly political and minority problems, especially Latino American minority in the United States versus Trump and Trump followers and things like that. And then there is Tell Me Why, which is a game about transgender issues, suicide and depression, and the investigation element of this game is about trying to learn why the mother of our protagonists tried to kill one of them, and in turn was killed by one of them. So they deal with their past, but also they want to understand their mother. So actually, they want to understand. Oh, you played this Christmas? Yeah, yeah. So I hope it was a pleasant experience. It was definitely for me because I liked several things. The very first thing is that transgender issues are very delicate, and not many games are trying to discuss those. And if some games are trying to discuss those things, they are doing it wrongly, according to the transgender people that I've talked uh, about those cases. So it's really difficult to find a game which would be praised by transgender people. And this is a game that actually is praised by transgender people, so one might learn something out from it. Even if you think you know things because you've got transgender friends and so on, there are probably subjects and topics in this one that you might learn from. And yeah, the same voice of Tyler's transgender, yeah. Yeah, definitely. The same. Like from time to time, especially in the game development world, we have this urge to place the include, like use some inclusivity and include transgender characters. And it's very easy to do it with gay characters or bisexual characters because actually we've got all friends that are bisexual or gay. And we know their opinion, and we've been discussing this, and nobody is strange to this topic as it was years ago. But it's not the case with transgender characters because game devs tend to, not only game devs, but everybody who wants to depict the transgender characters tend to do this wrongly, and there's a huge backlash there, and everybody's actually scared doing this. So the only answer is either you're doing this with the help of transgender character or not at all, because otherwise you'll just annoy transgender people, and nobody wants that. So that's the game that requires needs to be praised for that. And I think that everybody's glad about this change in the world. So, I mean, not everybody. We know how this works, and we know what people are, and humans are humans. But the thing is that it was really interesting for me, especially, to understand the mechanics and the issues, and I wanted to know how this subject is being discussed between siblings, if that's something to take from this game, and also how this affected their life, and of course how they solved this mystery. So I wondered if Tyler is going to be extremely masculine, or trying to be extremely masculine with this whole search for truth, or not. And these are like little details that make all the difference. And without those details, the characters will be just cardboard and filled cardboard. So yeah, and there's also a paranormal element. So the siblings have telepathy, and they can communicate with themselves just by using their brains. So they can like discuss things during discussing things out loud with some other person. So like if you like not the games, you're going to like this one. Night in the Woods. Okay, again, not a sleuthing game. There's a mystery, there's a local community, there's a feeling of mystery, but mostly this is about psychology and the problems and depression and things like that. By the way, the developer of this game committed suicide because of personal problems, which was a very big loss for the game world. But that's how it is, and that's the problem with cyberbullying, for example, these days. Why then it's on the mystery games? Yes, there is a somewhat some kind of murder mystery in the background, but to be honest, the game sets up the premises as like it was important, but it's not really. It's just an element to introduce you to the fact that Maya Borowski, which is she's actually, this is a Polish like community, Polish immigrant like vibe. They sell pierogis and they have Polish foods in this village, and her last name is Borowski, and things like that. And you got this immigrant vibe there, and how those people are connecting their lives and tying those lives to this village. Yes, he committed suicide. Yeah. Actually, there was a huge drama between him and I think his spouse, and she was accused of bullying him of sorts, and that's a very big mess. I don't want to comment on this because there's like with all those critical situations, there is a lot of different factions telling different things, but the fact is that he didn't live to see actually the second game after this one. So this was, I think, his last game. And yeah, so the psychology, the mystery is there, and you'll unravel it. But the biggest mystery is why May dropped her studies, why she dropped college, why she returned to the town, and things like that. So, but then because of this, it should be on the list. What's definitely a mystery game is Silver Creek Falls. So Silver Creek Falls is another RPG Maker game. Like it could somehow, with a minimalistic presentation, with episodic small content, very short, to do a very engaging, at least for me, sleuthing and investigation story that made me focus on for several hours and made me a Twin Peaks, like, this is very Twin Peaks like story. So they actually made and conveyed that feeling. So it's probably, the resolution is not the best one that you could expect from the sleuthing game, but it was very pleasant, at least for me. Minimalistic, yet I had a very good time with it. So it was on Steam. I'm not sure if it's still. A Dark Side Detective. Again, Twin Peaks feeling. If you search for X-Files and Twin Peaks feeling and vibe in sleuthing games and paranormal investigations, you actually need to play this one because in this one you actually meet Chief Scully and Mulder, Agent Mulder. So you've got to investigate some paranormal cases, and I think it is a very good game. So maybe just for one playthrough, but actually remember this one, The Dark Side Detective, should be on your list at some point probably. Faith and Faith 2. So this is a minimalistic horror where you are a priest with a cross and you get to go and exorcise a spirit, I think, because I cannot spoil you too much, but this is a very, very creepy game, and because it's a minimalistic game. So expect some weird jump scares, expect some stuff. And to do that, actually, you need to explore the place and you need to investigate the place as would a lonely priest with a cross do in a completely forbidden place. So you need to get this one on your list. It's on itch.io and it should be for free, or at least for pay me what you want. So something like that. Say that I watched Twin Peaks quite young age and did get it full at first and was quite shocked slightly when I started to understand growing up by it. Yeah, the same happened to us, I guess. Like Twin Peaks is it was very engaging because of this mystery factor. So I wanted to play some games that give you exactly that on this list as well. There are some games that not again are not detective games. And why are those on that list? So what remains of Edith Finch and Blackwood Crossing? Because both of the games feature the immediate question, which is why am I here and why I'm trying to unravel everything that I'm seeing to reach a conclusion. And then you learn about the reasons of those places, about reasons that you are here. So this is actually the mystery and investigation of yourself and your role in that story. So you're mostly an observer of things there. So there's some dreamlike sequences are there, like this cut sequence and in What Remains of Edith Finch is very memorable. Although if you want sleuthing games and detective games, these are not that. These are just mysteries to experience. Tokyo Dark, though, is a detective game with a psychological element with this anime-like manga presentation. It's skill-based, so you gain skills, you can go insane in this game. And of course, it's non-linear in some places because of that skills. Very interesting one. So I really don't want to talk about this because it would spoil too much. But if you like side-scrolling visual novel settings, then go ahead. I mean, expect heavily like subjects about mental issues and going insane and things like that. Yeah, I know. I am talking about Trails a lot, and I have the 10 games here, which I will not talk about because it would take ages. But the Kiseki games have being the one of the best, if not the best RPGs I played in years, if not ever. It has very many overarching plots throughout many games, and part of those plots is trying to understand the motivations of several groups. And to understand the motivation of those groups, you've got a lot of hints throughout the games. Dialogues, items, objects, places. And this is made so intricately that when you're playing the first game and reaching second and third, and then you're finding stuff in the fourth game that connects the dots for the previous 3 games, and then you have a sudden realization, you're becoming to speculate. And speculation, of course, is one of those parts that you always do when you're reaching Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie stories. Then you speculate about who's done it, what are the motivations of certain characters, and so on. And I don't know if I did this thing in any other game than this one over past years. So we get constant discussions with people who played this game about what's the Ouroboros goal, what are orbments and where they come from, and what's going to happen and when. So, like, not only the best RPG, the best world building, and things like that. This is also an investigation game. By the way, Ao no Kiseki and Zero no Kiseki, so Trails from Zero and Trails from Azure, are actually your Lloyd Bindings. You're a policeman doing some investigations, actually, in Crossbow. So that's why it needs to be on that list. Like, this epic is epic, and I can't wait for the next game, for the 10th one, because I need to be localized. I don't operate with Japanese so good that I could play this game. I need it translated, and there's 11th game in the making, so I don't want it to stop, really. This is too good to stop. That's my opinion. Of course, Thimbleweed Park. It's a funny game because it's a Monkey Island, Manic Mansion tribute, but because it features agents like Mulder and Scully and investigation of murder, which happens in the very beginning, actually, in, again, Twin Peaks-like place, it needs to be on that list. So, but expect a lot of wacky content, many interesting characters, a lot of silly jokes, and Monkey Island-like puzzles. So, if you liked Monkey Island and Maniac Mansion, this is definitely for you. Wacky. World of Horror. World of Horror is actually a Polish game, it seems, and it's based on the Junji Ito's drawing style of his manga. I actually want to read some comic books by Junji Ito because I really like this creepy style. And it's, of course, the game is based in Japan. It has some Lovecraftian elements, some investigation elements, of course, some RPG elements. It has all there. And it, you know, as a Lovecraftian, as a horror game, it again belongs to the same list as Elvira and all those Lovecraftian games that were mentioned. So that's something that you need to experience if you're into the Japanese horror style and the style of presentation and the weird, wacky character. And I mean, the monsters and ghosts and whatnot in there are really creepy, so don't be startled. Yeah, that's Doki Doki Literature Club. Like I said, it's a normal dating simulator about literature club. No mystery here, I swear. I wouldn't lie to you, would I? So, if you haven't played this one, I'll let you unravel this one on your own. I just pasted some reviews from Steam there that somebody said that they thought that all the warnings about this game were a joke, and he was a freaking idiot because he thought that the game isn't free to play, you just don't pay with money, because it's for free, of course. I mean, it isn't. Game is free, but therapy ain't. And don't read anything about it, just play it. I really mean that. You can't read about it because it's going to spoil the fun. And yeah, there's a lot of fun. This is just a dating simulator about literature club with no mysteries at all, I swear. So let's move forward. Just remember, Doki Doki Literature Club if you haven't played this already. Puzzle Agent 1 and 2, so another Twin Peaks-ish mood with drawings from Graham and Abel from his comic book series. This is mostly a puzzle game. It's very hilarious. It has a lot of Twin Peaks vibe. It's a Norwegian community living in the United States, in Minnesota, in a village called Scoggins. And our government agent is sent there to unravel the mystery why the pencil eraser factory was closed down. And of course, in the second game, he's sent back to Scoggins to solve even more and unravel evil. It's Steam comment to Doki Doki is good, but don't seriously. Yeah, and what bad can happen? But definitely, if you're into puzzles and you like some hilarious moments and you like Twin Peaks, Puzzle Agent 1 and 2, you have to. Great. Say hi to your mom. I really appreciate that. But there are some games that actually laugh at this noir setting, this detective stuff of detective novels. And Frog Detective is a game that I haven't played yet. I've seen several reviews of this game, I've seen some gameplays of this game, and I still have to do this because this is going to be a huge relief and comical relief. So our Frog Detective is a detective sent to unravel a crime. And by looking at those statements there, you can see that, I mean, I will suspect myself much more from now on. So, the realization, detective realization, sleuthing realization that our detective character has is that he should suspect himself. There is a lot of funny content in there. There is a lot of interesting characters. There truths. Actually, characters are speaking things that are obvious, but you know those things sometimes, but you actually needed to hear those. So it's good to take some free time from time to time, and things like that. And then you go with this noir pastiche and try to unravel a crime on an island full of cool animals, and just to have some relief from those newer games. So if you play especially heavy and lore heavy and emotion heavy sleuthing game like I don't know, Still Life for example, then definitely you should probably use Frog Detective as a relief of sorts after that. Something that I just completed this week, actually a week ago. And Paradise Killer is a game from 2020, and that's a otherworldly crime mystery on an island, in which this is an like afterlife of sorts with gods and ghosts and spirits, and you play as a lady Love Kills. That's her name. Lady Love Kills was exiled. We know about her that she was born in 1000 AD around, and then she died and she was exiled for many days. And because somebody got killed in this paradise island in the afterlife. Yes, that's possible. As you can see, the crime scene is there to the left on the screenshot. She's being called to unravel the mystery who killed. And she gets to find and talk to mysterious characters, denizens of the island, and try to understand who is the killer. So there's a lot of sleuthing elements, and facts are not always the truth. So the premise is that the truth is what you make of facts, actually, when exposed to the public. So they're going to believe your truth. So you can play this game the way that you can prove things that never happened. So that's an interesting outcome, right? And that's it. So basically, we reached the end today. I've went through all the things that I knew. Definitely there is much more stuff out there, like the mentioned Nancy Drew game series. There was Agon and the Mystery of the Sword, Toledo Sword. There was a lot of games on the list that were sleuthing games, but it would take ages to actually list all those. So I strongly advise again to check those places and those YouTubers to understand stuff around this. I could probably add several more YouTubers that to see and to let you know and explain. So there's this shine, and I need to check. Of course, obviously, there's not enough time to play everything, but definitely I've got still several things on my list. But I think strongly believe that we've covered every important thing on the list that you could immediately thought go play, and you wouldn't have a bad time about this. I definitely value most the probably the Still Life would be the one that I value mostly. Danganronpa would be the one of the uh, higher position on the list. Definitely Personas. Like this is like the matter and time for another discussion. Why a Persona is great, but the Persona is great, and all the series is great. It has. By the way, I'm planning to make a series about games including the tarot. You know, the card tarot inclusion. So Persona has a tarot and tarot symbolism in it, and there is a lot of games with tarot. And I'm telling you, if the game includes tarot, that means that somebody has thought about it, because you need to think about symbolism of those things to be able to use tarot. And I'm a huge tarot creep. I mean, I own several decks of tarot myself because I love the symbolism of those card sets. And so I'm a sucker for games with tarot, and Persona has it. So that's that. Then there are those mysteries. I can't wait for more Persona stuff. There is a Persona game that just was released, but mostly like a tower defense or something rather than an RPG. But still, I need to check this out. Of other Higurashi, again, if you have the strong guts, and if you're not scared by horrible depictions, then go play it or watch it on Netflix. Probably anime should be still available on Netflix. Danganronpa, definitely. You can blindly go play this game if you are into sleuthing games, because it's great. All the Sherlock Holmes games should be probably the next to consider. All the Agatha Christie games should be the next to consider. Find to the Moon, Finding Paradise, Return of Obra Dinn as well. I mean, I don't want to scroll through everything on that list, but what's there left is absolutely Kathy Rain and absolutely Gabriel Knight, if you haven't played those already. So that should get you started with the stuff that you need to do. All the others probably are of secondary value, of secondary consideration. So that's it, folks. And it took a lot of time again. Uh, well, it could be expected, and it has to be expected every time. It's a seldom thing. I'm thinking, to be honest, making some other short streams just to connect to you guys and to be able to talk about some things. I would really like to host something with Tossler together, because Tossler knows a lot about games, especially Japanese games. So maybe it's going to happen, as maybe the COVID will allow us to do that. Then, okay, so the Agatha Christie games are not on Steam. Maybe they are available somewhere. If not, then maybe you could find it in some, I don't know, retail store somewhere in Germany, or I don't know. We'll search for it. I mean, a guy who could talk and can talk for hours, as you can see. And this is hilarious, because I always knew that I can do that. But you know what's better than sitting here and telling you about those games? It would be better if we could sit there together and talk about those games, and not only about games. I would actually had a great fun, and I was like, I'm still thinking about being able to do some kind of maybe when the times are normal, some kind of, I don't know, party or gathering, or I don't know, club meeting somewhere that would be cheap, interesting, had some cool moments, and was about games as well. So there's a lot of cool locations there, and places in which we might make it happen when the COVID is lifted. So, uh, like I think about that there we'll start probably from trying to share some discussions about some things. I know me and Toaster, we have plans about doing some talks about Japanese games. Because Japanese games it's a still weird animal for some eyes in the Western things, Western sphere. Then I have several other ideas. So, like I said, tarot in games, some topics and some going deeper, interdisciplinary, going deeper about some things. Yeah, yeah. Something little. Probably you're talking probably about this uh, impostor game. Ah, no, Scribblio. What's Scribblio? Among Us. Ah, during Corona. Yeah, Scribblio. Scribblio. Ah, okay, Scribble. Free multiplayer drawing guessing game. I haven't heard about that one. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Definitely. Um, yeah, I know. We've got a lot of games that nobody wants to play, like the one about Ghost Hunt that only Tossler wants to play with me. And we need to, like, oh. So you know that stuff, and then let's do it. We need to do this and stream this and do this stuff and keep connected, keep in touch. Like there's one thing for you guys that we all need to understand. I mean, you need to understand me about this. So I'm never planning to be a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer. I am not into reaching to majority of the people on the earth. I'm not into trying to get as much people to listen to me and reading me as possible. I'm rather into creating a club of people I had pleasure to play games with over the times, uh, and that's my goal there. So we say about Scribbler that's a good idea to do this, and we should definitely do that. And actually that we should do this and stream it and connect and play games together as we used to. So exactly that. Okay, so I'm thinking is there anything else there, but I think it took almost 5 hours now, so maybe we should stop here and let you all guys rest. What about that? How about that? I meant. Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much for listening. Thanks for being there, and till the next time, you know how to where to find me, and we'll stay in touch as we always use. I'll upload this one when it's ready on YouTube. So okay, cheers. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend and have a great night. It was very nice to have you here. Bye.